Hey, hey, hey. What's going on? So you didn't get sent to the pool? Awesome. Yeah, don't forget to like the chat. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First in the box, I appreciate it. Matter of fact, let me make sure that we're safe before we get started. All right, we good to go. Hello, hello. Said you got stuck in the pool like Dale, or you fell in the pool, as in you jumped in or pushed yourself like Sophia. Need clarification. Need clarification, Rawls. Need clarification. So, House of Mystics, we are traveling through the faraway tree, link to link. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, and I also thank you for making the Discord and navigating that and figuring that out. I appreciate that, and I think it's good to have for people that want to kind of have conversation outside of live streams and outside of comment sections. And plus, you can pick and choose who to be in there and who not to be in there and stuff. So, there's that piece. So I think it's always good to kind of have like extra ways to connect and everything. Let's see. All right, all right, all right. So you're trying, learning from the friend, learning with the family. Will not put up any trolls, bullying. I think I made 6 other mods. Okay. So what is your actual end game theory? So I don't really think there's an end game theory except for I think in the end it's gonna be a sad ending. I think going home is not gonna happen. Like, because I mean, when you think of going home, there's no more trap. So I think removing the trap. Okay, no, I say I take it back. I think they're gonna find a way to remove the trap and defeat the evil side. It's just gonna be a bunch of casualties to get there. And I think everything is based off of Catholicism and no other faith-based system or religion. They may take bits and pieces from stuff, but I think everything's going to end, and we're not going to know all the answers as far as mysteries and stuff. We'll get like just an ending, but not necessarily a satisfying ending where everybody will be like happy. I think even after season 5, we could still theorize on stuff, even though the series is over with. So I do have photos of the village and lake. I showed it on a couple of streams and videos and whatnot. What's going on, Janelle? How are you? Welcome. I put some serious bank on a bittersweet ending. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like just the way things are going, it seems like every season it ends with. It seems like every season ends with taking one step forward and two steps back. So Amanda's saying that her ending, her theory is that Fromville will be an amalgamation of all different storytellers over the years, a literal hodgepodge of ideas. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed. Like in my opinion, I think the theories that people come with in the fandom turns out to be better than the show. I think it's because I think the writers they have on the show, they use different writers for different episodes, and it's only like maybe three people really coming up with the blueprint for everything. And I think they want the focus to be on the characters reacting to situations, not the mysteries or the supernatural stuff. So then you pretty much get a situation where they're more concerned about how people are going to react emotionally to an event versus what brought us all to the show, which is the mystery, the supernatural stuff, and it being a somewhat of an original idea. Plus, when you tell people, oh, it's the same people who made Lost, it's like, oh, okay, the same people who made Lost. I liked Lost, and then they watch the show and they're like, okay, this is just as crazy as Lost. But Lost had 3 times as many episodes per season, and then at the end, there was an ending where it's like, okay, you gave us an ending of everybody being in a church, like basically like everybody spending a lot of time together in life. And when you die, you're basically at this church waiting for everybody else to come and die too. And then you all go to the afterlife together. Okay, so there's another invite link. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, so Amanda, I just emailed you. Somebody wanted the invite link. Yeah, it's kind of why I've never really been a fan of Discord. It's a lot going on, and I know it kind of takes a while to get to going. It's for everybody to be on the same page. Yeah, so hopefully Heather gets the invite. Everything is parallel in this show. That's why I can't make any decisions. Too many options. Yeah. Plus, Boyd willed her back. Mary Christie gave up on her, and Boyd yelled, and got. You talking about with Donna coming back from I guess being unconscious. I'm hoping that Donna being unconscious, that she has a prophetic dream, and she comes back with some answers. I didn't see Donna in that shot when people were all, teamed up. Donna regret for not helping her sister when she was getting tortured and her hiding in the bushes. She would not leave anyone. That's why it hurts her so much when she loses people. Yeah. Yeah, Boyd told Donna to wake up and stop the BS. Yeah. Stop playing. We need you. I can't do this without you. I'm sure Donna feels the same way about Boyd. I'm hoping that she did go to the Lake of Tears, and that she comes back and tells people, I went down there past the red door. Here's what we got to do. Yeah, they are pretty good, a pretty good pairing. right, sorry about this, y'all. I'm gonna have to chew in y'all's face. It's that time. Yeah, them going down there past that red door, I think it's going to be chaos, and I think Henry is going to experience the same thing that Marielle experienced. And maybe Sophia will tell Henry, "You're a prophet." Oh, Henry, you experienced what? Oh, guess what? You're a prophet, sir. You're a prophet. Well, why not? Victor and Ethan, they both got to be big boys because of the place that they're in. Plus, drawing may be therapeutic for them or therapeutic. I wouldn't want Ethan to be the new Victor too, but being the new Victor means you survive. I think Ethan will have a leg up because Ethan was visited by the boy in white when he first got there. Victor was not. Plus, Ethan has had access to technology. He may know more things than Victor knew as a boy. So, so Janelle is saying, I think no one is listening to Ethan again. In short, he said Donna died. I think so. When she was laid in the bed, above her head was the forest. Her nightmare may be living in the hellhole forever. She may get her nightmare because, like Marielle was telling Christy, when you die, you don't leave. That's why she came back. Her nightmare came true. Could be. I can see that. I think Jade is going to really make it Nightmare Realm. They open up that door. She's about to meet some new monsters. You know, that might be interesting because what if there are monsters down there and they recognize Sophia in yellow? And that's how she gets outed. I can see her getting outed like that. Well, Fatima better go down there first with her golem while it's protecting her and have that golem start swinging on people. Well, the golem's already made though, Amanda. So she went around and was like, I told you, I told you, I told you. Fatima might be like, this golem's for me and me only. Me and Elgin. Mm-hmm. If Sophia puts a tooth in the golem, yeah. She might have already done that. So now it becomes Sophia's golem. Thank you for the work. I appreciate it. I'll take it from here. Another Canada Dry night. Okay. You think so? You think Sophia may add to it, try to take it over? Yeah. You know what? That kind of back to the Too Nice series. Elgin is too nice. He's walking around with an eye missing, threatened by Boyd. He's still talking about some. It's all a part of the plan. Elgin, you too nice. I'd be trying to get revenge on the kimono woman. I'd be trying to get revenge on the kimono woman. Elgin's too nice. He's too nice. You told me we can go home if I help Fatima give birth and I'm still here. Yeah, Elgin's too nice. Elgin needs to wake up and smell the deception. He's been deceived. Did y'all see Sophia play? Sophia was playing like she was drinking the alcohol, but she wasn't. She was taking little sips and acting like she was drunk. Henry's too nice. Oh, there you go, a dog golem. There it is. He does. Mm. Oh, you mean with the Polaroid camera? He might have some private photos with photos of the Komodo women or with her. I mean, think about it. What did they do in the root cellar before getting Fatima? Yeah, I think Henry is just going to experience hallucinations and stuff and traumatic events like Marielle though. But we didn't see. I don't remember seeing Henry in the season 7 trailer stuff. Let me see. Let me see if Henry was there with everybody else.
you hear that?
So explain to me why you don't have an eye.
We are all being tested.
This part of your test is getting mutilated?
Explain why you don't have an eye is a part of that test, you getting mutilated. And he's still probably talking that yin yang, like, yeah, it is a part of the test, me getting mutilated. Thank you very much. Well, they already did episode 1. The priest didn't have control over his body or actions when Sophia in yellow put her hands on him. So they've already given that. They may get more of that with Henry. I think the beeping sound will make Henry think he's in a dream, maybe like Abby thought. Could be.
Is a truth behind all of this. When your enemy threatens you, tries to scare you, that means they are scared of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I was looking to see if Henry was in this scene.
That means they are
At Colony House, so maybe he's somewhere else. Because this right here is not Henry. Maybe Henry's off screen or something. So I imagine this is like all hands on deck with everybody in Colony House. Unless this is everybody just in Colony House. Maybe he's running point on Colony House while Donna is on bed rest. And this is just a speech for Colony House people. Because I don't see Tabitha, I don't see Julie or Ethan. This may be a Colony House meeting, and he's kind of running point on Colony House, helping out. Which it really should be Kenny, because it seemed like Kenny was like second in command, I thought. Yeah, so this is everybody in Colony House, but then Sophia's there. Sophia's not Colony House, so why is she there? She may have weaseled her way into being in the mix. Little weasel. Yeah, and Jade is not Colony House, so Jade is right there in the background. So maybe this is just certain people who agree with this door mission. Yeah, and Christy's not Colony House. She's at the clinic. So maybe this is just certain people who want to be down with this, or they got people in the background or something, or people who are out of who are not in those shots who are there at Colony House. Yeah, Elgin is a believer. That's kind of what believers believe, is that everything's a test. And you're like, what happened to you was a test? Like Job? Okay.
Explain to me why you don't have an eye.
We are all being tested.
This part of your test is getting mutilated?
Is a part of your test getting mutilated, Elgin? What do you think?
Do you hear that?
So explain to me why you don't have an eye.
We are all being tested.
This part of your test is getting mutilated?
So a part of your test is getting mutilated, Elgin? Explain that one to me. Explain, you're the only one around here who believes in getting tested, yet you're the only one missing an eye. I just don't believe Victor about Eloise. Victor was dirty with ripped up jeans coming out of that roof cellar. So you think that he didn't bury Eloise? I think a lot of stuff Victor says is kind of like taken with a grain of salt. Taken with a grain of salt. Why do you say that? What makes you say that? I don't know. The boy in white seemed a little bit upset when he saw Victor come from the roof cellar. But then again, there was another flashback when Victor was talking to Sarah and the boy in white was waving to him and smiling. So for all we know, Victor may have imagined the boy in white smiling and waving at him. I said at the episode, and it was slow, too slow. You mean episode 6 with Donna and the heart attack, and Roger with his face sewn up, being a doll. I believe the dog is boys. If this is the dimension theory, maybe at the lake with the boat. Huh? So the boat was what Abby and Ellis got buoyed before they went into the township. And I'm assuming they left their home on the trip. So to surprise Boyd, the boat would have to either be on water at a dock or at the store where they bought the boat from, for Boyd not to see it. And they more than likely came from their home before giving Boyd the boat key. So you believe the German Shepherds are Boyds? You said this story makes no sense. You talking about the episode or what? Yeah, it's not trustworthy. Even if he does remember something, I mean, he forgot that he had a whole sister. And then sometimes he's like he doesn't know, and I mean it has been like decades ago, so I kind of can understand him not remembering stuff. I mean, you would think that he would remember stuff as an adult, though. That's kind of where my issue is that what were you doing as an adult before Donna showed up, or before people like I would ask him who were the first people who showed up. He might be like he don't remember, he don't know. I mean, I'm like, do you remember a year ago? Do you remember 2 years ago? Like, what's the last thing you remember? And if he says, I don't know, and starts breaking down, I mean, it's like, man. My theory on Sarah taking a drink and pouring it back, it's like Sophia Yellow is already in Sarah. Well, I mean, Sophia did do the incantation and make the voices cause Sarah pain and talk to Sarah. So in a way, she kind of already is in Sarah. You're saying Victor wouldn't let Eloise back inside if she came back in? I mean, can you lock the root cellar from the inside? Because most of the time with, looking at the root cellar door from the outside and the inside, it seems like you can't lock it. Just like with the Peachtree truck, you can't really lock them from the inside or outside. I know people who normally have sheds, outside sheds that are on the ground, that are underneath the house. They usually have to confine the shed doors with chains. You're talking about Victor's story about he thought he buried Eloise, but he wasn't sure because she was all in pieces. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. I think the town makes you forget, just like Sarah forgot about donuts. I think Sarah was talking about the taste of donuts. Because for her to mention donuts, she had to kind of remember it. Person can have delayed life-threatening reactions, including cardiac arrest, days or even weeks after a strangulation. What? Who was strangled? What? So Ethan was seeing a psychiatrist? Oh, by the dolls? Yeah, I guess when Tabitha, yeah, that's right, because Tabitha came and stabbed from behind while the doll was like choking her out. So okay, I forgot that fast. I'm just as bad as Sarah because of Thomas, but I can imagine Victor running off like Ethan does. Yeah. Wow, Eloise was kind of a bully. Wow. Yep, Canada Dry. Yeah, Amanda just sent a picture of Canada Dry. Yep. Yeah, more people think that Martin is the man in yellow because Sophia asks Henry that she think it's all just a dream. So pretty soon, people are gonna say, "I'm glad Eloise is gone because she was a bully." Now that we're going through it, what does Sarah have that makes her special to have voices? I hope the show answers this because it could be reincarnation or bloodlines, but we need answers. So I'm thinking only people reincarnated is Jade and Tabitha. Everyone else, when they die, they're stuck. But the reincarnation helps Jade and Tabitha live a new life and come back and try again, whatever they're supposed to be doing. Now, as far as bloodlines, I was thinking of bloodline as far as maybe that's how Sarah was able to go through the faraway tree and not get trapped. Maybe she's like a long lost son of Jade, or I mean, long lost daughter of Jade or something. Um, but to me, it's not just the voices, but Sarah went through the faraway tree and didn't get stuck, and Boyd did. So that'd be like to me the main thing, not necessarily the voices, but I mean the voices too. But there's got to be something special about Sarah, like you're saying, Red Star, because to go through the faraway tree and not be trapped, you would think it would be something dealing with the Matthews or with um, Jade, but what connection does Sarah have? I know you all are going to say, well, maybe she's Eloise reincarnated, and I'm like, I think it's only just two people reincarnated. I think everybody else is different. I think Sarah got the incantations because she's already has the connection with the voices, which means that Sophia knows that Sarah has a connection with the voices. So it may come out that Sophia was controlling the voices the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, Roger looking like Beetlejuice. There was that one that witch doctor looking whatever that was. That reminds me of Beetlejuice. I might do a video about that. Cause that I mean obviously, the doll is sewing him up, but that may be a type of mummification. Yeah, Eloise was really good at hiding. I had thought that Eloise might be upset with Victor. If Victor didn't tell Miranda about Christopher and the boy in white, she wouldn't have ran off to the tree that night. Yeah. So hopefully Tabitha kind of finally reveals to Victor and Henry that she used to be Miranda. Like what? Like Tabitha not wanting to tell people stuff. The longer she waits, the more people are going to be like, why didn't you tell me? Because sooner or later, someone's going to spill the beans. Someone's going to say, and that's crazy because Tabitha used to be Miranda, and then boom, and then boom. It's gonna come out. So if we know that it more than likely is not gonna come out that Sarah killed Toby. Okay, got it. But it's gonna come out that blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, and Tabitha used to be Miranda. Henry and Victor are gonna be like, what? And then Tabitha's gonna be like, I was gonna tell you, but no. What you mean, but? We just got through hanging out, and we're like, we're not gonna keep secrets from each other. And instead of you coming clean about you being Miranda, you were gonna take that to the grave. But I do not believe it. I do not believe it. What you mean you don't believe it? How will everybody else know if you don't believe it? How do you explain, oh, Victor, that's right, I'm your reincarnated mother? Victor, no. Oh, what? I mean, that's how you started off. Like, Victor, I gotta tell you something. Your mother, who left you in the Roosevelt in the previous life, and that was who I was. That's it. Victor's gonna be like, what? What? Now the person who might take it hard won't be Victor, it'll be Henry. So Henry's already drinking because Miranda was getting munched on. But once he hears that Miranda was reincarnated into Tabitha, Henry is going to go from drinking the whole bottle of tequila to drinking the whole bar of tequila. So I say tell Henry, and then, no, I say tell Victor, but with Henry might need to just go to the grave not knowing. I don't think Henry can handle it. Right, Henry, I'm your wife. You are my husband, but so is Jim, and so is Jade. Not enough tequila in the store. Yeah, and guess what? Tabitha probably is gonna say all four of the men at Carlton House who's playing the violin, Jade, they were my husbands too. There it is. So Jade's gonna be like, wait a minute, what's wrong with me? You mean to tell me Christopher was a husband, Henry was a husband, the guy underneath the boulder was a husband, the Civil War soldier, he was a husband, the the colonist, he was a husband, Jim. Can you okay? So we know obviously Christopher and the rest of them were husbands, but can you imagine all the husbands Tabitha has had and all the kids that she's had throughout her lifetimes? Can you imagine all of them? I hope they do a scene where Tabitha lists off all the children that she's had over all her lifetimes and all the husbands. I hope I hope Tabitha bumps into Smiley when she goes through the door or after the door is opened. Because it's episode 7, we still need Smiley and Fatima to have a scene. We need Smiley and Fatima to have a scene. Matter of fact, I think they're gonna have a scene because of what we saw on the gram. We need Fatima and Smiley. Okay, this had nothing to do with Smiley, but I'm actually happy for Smiley. So this is Jamie McGuire who plays Smiley. I don't know. It seems like it seems like he's finally gotten the recognition he deserves. You all probably can't even see that. Yeah, you all can't see that. So he was at the Montreal Comic Con. I'm surprised he didn't go to the New York Comic Con. He's got on his From shirt. Yeah, this is awesome. This is also like last year. Man, that's it. That's awesome. He's posing with somebody who's posing at who's cosplaying Art the Clown. Yeah, this is awesome. This is him on a plane. Yeah, that's awesome when you're like, you know, on a show and then people recognize you on a plane. That's it. And what sucks is it's episode 7. We're waiting to get Smiley. We're waiting to see Smiley have an interaction with Fatima. Him and Karen Tall Blondes. You talking about the trench coat, lady, the trench coat monster? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he can't hide it, and it's also creepy. I mean, imagine you smiling is now got you booked and busy. Oh, dude got a picture framed, and it's in plastic. I think that's like an engraving. One of the best shows out there. I can't wait for season 4. Yep, this was like a year ago. Well, not a year ago. This was so 7 weeks. So what? 2 months ago, before season 4 premiered in April. That's awesome. Oh, he must have bought it. Shit, I would have bought it too. Hell. Wow. Collectible cardboard. "100% handmade collectible cardboard." Man.
A lot of that when we talked about the episode, but the fandom when the episode first aired, big deal. Like, oh my gosh, they can run. Like, what do you think about that?
You know, at first when I was doing it, I didn't think too much of it. Then when I rewatched the episode, I'm like, oh, that's right. We haven't seen any of the creatures run yet.
Yeah, you were the first. You were the first we got to see run, and the audience is making a really big deal out of that fact. I mean, we were never told that they can't run. We were just told that they don't run, right?
Pretty much.
Right.
So
And hey, you got to kill Miranda. You got to kill a pretty important character.
right. I mean, they could have picked any creature to do that, and the fact that they brought you back specifically for that, I think it shows how much they realize the fandom loves you.
I appreciate that. Thanks. Although I've been getting mixed comments for Smiley having killed Miranda. It's like, why? It's like, it's great to have you back, but why?
Well, we knew somebody had to do it.
I don't know. A lot of the people that I see on the fandom, like, they don't care who gets killed, like by Smiley. They're just happy to have you on the screen. You're definitely one of the most popular characters on the show. Definitely
appreciate that. Thanks.
The other ones.
Smiley ran. I know the fandom. We didn't really make a big deal out of that when we talked about the episode, but the fandom, when the episode first aired, big deal. Like, oh my gosh, they can run. Like, what do you think about that?
Oh, they're just repeating. Well, I mean, with Victor saying that the man in yellow was eating his mom, now it's kind of like, okay, we saw Smiley kill Miranda, but normally when they kill, they also eat. So I think it's just two different timelines. Because the man in yellow has enough to munch on with the people in the township. So to munch on everybody in the township and then go out to the tree to munch on Miranda, that doesn't really make too much sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, he hasn't really updated his either. Yeah, so last time Box Smith posted something was 10 weeks ago. Ethan? So he was on Sullivan Crossings CTV. Okay. Yeah, I saw him on a show called Trades, where he had a potty mouth. It was him, the actress who plays Eloise was on there, and the actress who played Jasmine. I'm like, oh, okay, this is the whole From reunion. Okay. Yeah, all about timelines. Yep. Right here. This is the reason why I know they got a scene together. This right here. We're going to get Fatima and Smiley. It's only a matter of time. Smiley and Fatima is going to happen. It's going to happen. The question is, are you ready? It is a good photo, but will it be a good scene? Hopefully, matricide going on. I think matricide is when is when the mom take. Whoa, MG Merkin. What? Why? Why? Your other posts don't matter. Your other comments don't matter. We got the truth right here. We got the truth right here. So apparently, Fatima's golem has entered the chat. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know what to say. We got the truth. You tried to hide it. Too late. Wow, Fatima cannot catch a break. You know what? You know what, y'all? We got to make sure it's safe. We got to make sure it's safe after seeing this comment. I don't understand why. What has Fatima done to deserve this? The other comments don't even matter. This is the real comment right here. This is the real comment. Matter of fact, the rest I don't believe. Typo? No, I don't think it's a typo. We have yet to see you do a typo. No, I don't believe it's a typo. I think this is the real comment. That was the real comment. The typo is not the real comment. Wow, right. I believe it. I believe it. The truth has come out. That's what it is. Right. Hopefully Fatima takes a dirt nap. Why? What has she done? It's almost as if Sophia put her blood in his drink as well. Wow, yeah. I don't, yeah, it did happen. The truth came out. That's what happened. The truth came out. I say at least you're owning it and letting us know that there's a reason the golem needs to be made. At first, I was like, there's no need for no golem. Fatima's going to be all right. But then after seeing that comment, yeah, Fatima needs to make 2 golems. Fatima, if you're listening, make 2 golems, not just 1. Don't just stop at 1. You're going to need 2. You're going to need 2. Yeah. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Right there. Right there. She says she loves it, setting Fatima up with Smiley. Because it seems like when Sophia went out there behind the clinic, the monsters didn't even approach her. They jumped out once Kenny got back there. So for all we know, she may be controlling the monsters. Wow. Yeah. A terracotta army. There it is. Sophia is excited for a reason. Yeah. Wow. Fatima's got all of the monsters in her camera roll. What's up with that? Yeah. Now don't take it down, Fatima. We see you. You gave birth, and that, yeah, even Julie sees you. But then again, Julie may be looking at you all who are making fun of her wig. So we don't know who that's directed to. It could be directed to the people who were trying to roast her about her wig, or this could be the Fatima, maybe both. Fatima, yeah, we can't do nothing but shake our head to you, and those making fun of Julie's wig. Yeah. Yeah. You were pregnant, and while giving birth, you gave in to the dark side of the Force. Yep, swing away. Swing away. Yeah. Yeah. Evil Julie, story walking, messing up timelines. See, I was trying to tell y'all, I was like, you know what? I like the man in yellow, the Sophia in yellow running around being a trickster. It's cool and interesting, but I signed up to see the man in yellow in the yellow suit running amok. And we got Sophia in yellow. Sophia in yellow is great, but I'm like, it's episode 7, and if all she does is makes Henry have like bad hallucinations of being in the ambulance, and that's it, I'm gonna be like, we could have just had the man in yellow and only had him pop up every now and then harassing people in the forest. I would have liked it better knowing there's a dude in a yellow suit running around the forest causing mayhem. So now you can't go in the forest. And then the monsters creating scenarios to force you to go out into the forest. That's what I would have liked. Like, Julie goes out into the forest, story walk, and now she's being chased by the man in yellow. The forest is moving, so she can't get back to town, but somehow Randall gets away and tells people Julie's in the forest, she needs help. And now they're looking for Julie like they were looking for Fatima. And Julie, while running around trying to duck and dodge the man in yellow, she finds other places in the forest she can story walk from. And she's going to use, and she could use that story walking opportunity to try to learn things about the man in yellow, learn things about the town, and she learns how to like make herself go from having a seizure to waking up. Like some reason where she has to story walk and she also has to move from place to place to place. And then people are being forced to go into the forest to find Julie, and they're encountering the man in yellow. And every time someone shoots a firearm at him, they're always missing because he makes them miss because he has like telekinesis. So shooting him is not an option. And that should have been in my opinion, that should have been the cat and mouse of the man in the yellow suit and the forest, plus Julie out there story walking, plus people being forced to go into the forest to deal with the man in yellow, try to save Julie. And they also have to go into the forest because they got to go get the wild vegetables and other food. So the man in yellow is like a constant nuisance they got to deal with, and they know they're going to see, they know when they see him because he has on this big bright yellow suit. That should have been season 4. That should have been season 4. But this whole Sophia is like, hiding in the shadows, doing a little mischievous stuff. Okay, you know what? See, last week when I was saying this, maybe the week before last, people were like, I like Sophia. I'm like, I'm telling y'all, it should have been like Sophia should have been an actual regular character on the show that the Man in Yellow shapeshifted into to blame stuff on her. Because they're completely different as far as personalities and modus operandi. Because Sophia is more of an infiltration, doing stuff when no one's looking, whereas the Man in Yellow is more overt, and he's coming out of nowhere telling Jim it didn't have to be like this, but knowledge comes at a cost. I'm like, oh man, look at the entrance of this guy in this yellow suit. He comes in talking. Julie's terrified because she's experienced him before with the story walking. Jim goes to fight him, picks up a stick, or picks up a branch, swings it at the Man in Yellow. The Man in Yellow catches it, throws Jim against the RV and rips out his throat. You're going to give us that season 3, episode 10 to finish the season. And then after like 2 years, well, really, okay, I'm going to say, yeah, basically a little bit south of 2 years, we get some Man in Yellow, season 4, episode 1. Okay. Then the Man in Yellow turns into Sophia in Yellow, and now it's right. The greatest weapon is gossip. I'm telling you, like I could have sworn last week before last, y'all were like, yeah, I like Sophia, and I'm like, but you don't understand. You don't give us the Man in Yellow making that dramatic entrance, talking, letting it be known he is the big bad, and then have him morph into something to infiltrate the town. He should be basically Godzilla. When Martin was saying there's nightmares in the forest, the Man in Yellow should have been unleashing nightmares in the forest, and then the show coming up with ways they have to go into the forest, like going to get food from the settlement. Julie story walking, maybe she gets lost out there. You could have still given us Jim telling Ethan about the Lake of Tears. You could have given us that. Okay, cool. You could have given us a bunch of different reasons why we have to go into the forest. And I mean, to me, I think the progression should be that even though I don't want the town and Colony House to be destroyed, but something to happen that forces people out of the homes. So that way that they're like they have to do a exodus to the lighthouse on foot. They decide no faraway trees, we're going on foot. And now they're on foot going to the lighthouse as a last resort. And the Man in Yellow is out there boss mode. What? That's it. I mean, it's coming across that he is the big bad and not the enforcer. And unfortunately, I mean, if that's the case, okay, cool. Okay, cool. If the big bad is something ancient we haven't seen before, okay, cool. But the show just made it seem, I mean, from what we've been told, it seemed like the Man in Yellow was supposed to be the big bad or the final boss. So sometimes it does seem like the show is just going in different directions. We all still love it. We're here for the roller coaster ride, but the Man in Yellow should have been harassing them the entire season 4. Like he should have been just, I mean, in a way he was with the ram's head and Jim being in the barn, and knowledge comes at the cost and ripping Jim's throat out and, scaring Julie. But I was thinking it was going to be more pressure. I mean, so if they wanted Sophia to be the way she is now, I would have had it to where Sophia was secretly Eloise, and she's been brainwashed from um, like, you know, what's that thing where you've been kidnapped and you now sympathize with your abductors? I forgot what it's called, but like Sophia could have been like Eloise, brainwashed and working for the man in yellow. I would have liked that. Stockholm syndrome. Like it should have been. Well, yeah, right. There it is. Like I would have liked it if if Sophia was really Eloise for Stockholm syndrome, and the man in yellow changed her name, and now she works for the man in yellow. I would have liked that and had that aspect. So the man in yellow is out there harassing people in the forest, but he doesn't come into the town because of some type of rules. But the monsters can come into the town, and eventually it gets to a point where like maybe Jade and Tabitha's eyes being opened, it's the power in the buildings goes out and there's no electricity. So now they're basically in the dark ages inside the homes, and then there's no more running water. So the homes are just like giant doll houses at that point. No electricity, no water. Now they have to go, like they can't just simply live like that. So now they're forced to be on an exodus going to the lighthouse. But we know the Man in Yellow's not done because there's more season 4, maybe even season 5. I'm just talking about I would have liked it to be more pressure by the Man in Yellow versus Sophia in Yellow. So Mel Ryan, have you seen the rest of season 4? I think I've already asked you that. I gotta still ask that. Because lower management messed up, then Man in Yellow shows up. It was when Boyd killed Smiley. Okay, could be. Smiley's back though. Oh, okay. I have to make sure because sometimes people will come in and they'll try to drop spoilers and leaks and mention what another content creator said, and it just becomes a thing. Just have to make sure. I mean, Smiley's brought back though. So if anything, the middle manager to clean stuff up would be the kimono woman, and we haven't even seen her. Like, y'all realize we're about to watch episode 7. We're about to watch episode 7. Right on. Oh yeah, yeah, seems to be. But her job wasn't even started while Smiley was alive, though, and she was out there trying to drown Elgin. At least they still have his jacket handy in case he wants to change back. He's hoping. Doug was genuinely menacing, and yeah, he was. That's what I was saying last week. I'm like, man, Doug set the tone where we're all chomping at the bit for season 4. Chomping at the bit, and then to find out there's a swap. I don't know. The way Sophia in Yellow was touching Marielle's arm, yeah. It's hard because, and this is not saying anyone's sexist on writing, but women villains are rarely similar to male villains. I don't know, maybe I'll feel different by the end, but Sophia in Yellow is a different character. Yeah, she is. She is. And I think Sophia is great as an infiltration because anything they try to do, she can like thwart their efforts. All I'm saying is that if they knew they were going to have Sophia infiltrate, I think they should have not even hired Doug because his performance set a tone, and then you kind of do a bait and switch, and now we have a different character, and it's like it's very hard to appreciate covert villainy when you got overt villainy from a great performance from Doug as the man in yellow. Yeah, Doug is great. Exactly. We need more Doug. We probably will get him by the end of the season, but he's not going to be in the yellow suit unless Sophia sneaks into the sheriff station while everybody is preoccupied with the red door, and then he like shapeshifts into Doug and puts on the yellow suit. I mean, maybe that's a thing, but I think oh wow. Yeah, Sophia character, I'm going to say that she's just different. She just seems more like infiltration and like a spy and being sneaky. I mean, Doug wasn't scary, but it's just the performance and how he kind of commanded a scene. It's like, okay, it's game on. But it just seems like it's kind of been business as usual, where each season you get like one monster. So for season 2, the one monster was the cicadas. Season 1, it kind of felt like the monster was the monsters. And then season 3, it felt like, I guess you could say the monster was the kimono woman. Now season 4, the monster seems to be Sophia. And it's like Doug was the worms and Sophia are the cicadas, or Sophia is the cicadas. Yeah, Doug was scary eating the liver. And the thing is like he's taller, he's physically imposing. There's an actual like fear that if he gets you, he's gonna tear you apart. Whereas with Sophia, I mean, it's just because of her build and her demeanor. I'm thinking Sophia would have to like morph into a monster for it to be like, oh man, you better run from this. And it's just because of the build of Sophia and how she's been perceived. Like it's kind of difficult to perceive her to be commanding as far as a presence and threatening because she's got a small frame. And then they've presented her as if Sophia had to be transformed into to infiltrate, because I mean Sophia said it herself to the priest, I couldn't come to them as I was because of what they learned. So it's almost as if the man in yellow had limitations. Yeah, exactly. Have like because we have to compare Sophia in yellow to the man in yellow, that's where Sophia in yellow kind of falls short, because we're used to monsters on the show being imposing. So, for example, like the monsters, both the male and female monsters, they're all imposing. If you open that door, the grandma creature is going to F you up. The swing coat creature is going to tear you apart. With the cicadas, if they get inside you, they're gonna possess you. If the worms get in you, you're gonna be scratching your arm. They're gonna mess with you. Even with the kimono woman, her being able to teleport and stuff, it just seemed like the kimono woman had a presence that was a little bit intimidating. Exactly. Knowing Sophia in yellow is the man in yellow took away from her performance, and her lines aren't said with any feelings. Yeah. I mean, Sophia in yellow is just acting like a mean girl. She's like if you've ever been to southern states, you'll understand what I'm saying. Sophia kind of comes across as like a mean girl hillbilly or a mean girl hick. And I don't mean that in an offensive way or anything, but it's kind of like if you've met someone like that, you know what I'm talking about. Or if you've ever watched movies based off of, Mississippi in the past, you know how people kind of had that southern drawl. You have to just have lived in southern states to understand what I'm saying. Because I just went to Arkansas for a graduation, and Arkansans and southern people don't really have the hillbilly hick accent. That's like a unique thing for people who are out there in the countryside. So Sophia is like a countryside hick who's a priest daughter, and it's just like, I mean, nothing wrong with sounding like a southerner, but it's just there's just different types. So like Sophia in yellow sounds like southern hick in the countryside. But like, southerners just have like a southern drawl, but it's not like Sophia's where it's like she sounds like she's a hick. I guess that's what she was going for, because I think because most of these actors and even the creators, they're in Canada, so they probably are basing a lot of their characters on American archetypes. So Sophia's may have been the American Southerner archetype, which is fine, nothing wrong with that. But it's just, bless your heart, call you hun when you go to the gas station. Yeah, so nothing wrong with it. It's just that you give us Doug, and they shot Doug's scenes before going to break after season 3. So they knew exactly what they had with Doug. So for them to go in a direction to not use Doug as the man in yellow, So Restar says, I haven't watched the scene since it came out, but even Sarah was getting her hands dirty and physically imposed on Jay's friend and Ethan. Well, yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Sarah was a little bit different, because Sarah was going after Toby and he was like, in the hospital or whatever. And then like Ethan's like a kid. So like, I never really saw Sarah as evil. or imposing or threatening. I always saw her as kind of like the same type of victim that you would see in a cult, or like the Mormons. Sarah just reminded me of the Mormon girls that are part of a cult and do stuff to appease a cult leader and the rest of the cults. And I thought that's kind of the direction they were going to go with as far as Sarah. Right, Sarah never did anything malicious. She did, when talking to Nathan, she was telling half-truths, lies, and misleading information, especially with that story of the shards of glass that the girl was trying to put together when explaining something to Nathan. But I never took it that Sarah was like Amanda saying malicious. But with Sophia, it's clear she's trying to be malicious, but all it takes is one person to catch on, and it should be, okay, what are you doing? And I get it that they really don't suspect Sophia because she's supposed to be like innocent and she's religious, and people really don't take her serious because she's not physically imposing. So I get it, but it's very hard to appreciate her performance when she's playing the same character as Doug. And Doug was like physically imposing. I mean, he came out with his whole chest. Knowledge comes with a cost. It's like, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man. Tabitha and Jay just got their memories from previous lives. We like, okay, this is great. Knowledge comes with a cost. It didn't have to be this way, you know? It's like, oh man, it didn't have to. So what, is he operating on rules? Is there like a larger entity that's saying it has to be like this? It's just season 3, episode 10, the way it ended. It kind of presented ideas of that there's rules to the town. There's something else that is controlling stuff. The man in yellow has to do this. The man in yellow saying that I tried to warn you, which was season 1, episode 10. It was like a lot of stuff in that small amount of dialogue. And you're talking about maybe like a 2 or 3 minute scene that set a tone that made you rethink the entire series to that point. And it's like, okay, I mean, you all were there. I mean, some of you all were there. I'm doing content the whole 2025. We went on about the man in yellow based off of his performance that was like maybe 3 or 4 minutes long. Just like, oh man, this is, there's rules and things you got to do and blah, 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 and this and that. And then all of a sudden, we get Sophia in yellow, and it's kind of like, okay. Oh, she's toying with Kenny. Okay. She's toying with Sarah. Okay. She's putting on a performance with Tabitha. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Huh. So this is okay. So Sophia is going to basically bounce around to different characters doing stuff. Okay. Oh, maybe Sophia is the one that caused the ring to go in the, on the steps of Colony House for Boyd. Oh, we don't know who did that. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, okay. I don't think it would have been a bad idea. I mean, I think it would have been cool if we got the man in yellow and he starts making making offers to people, like telling Sarah, I can bring back Nathan. And then Nathan comes around the corner and it's actually the actor who plays Nathan. And Sarah's like, oh my God. And then Nathan disappears. And the man in yellow says, if you want to keep him, it's going to come at a cost. I thought that was going to be maybe some stuff the man in yellow was going to be doing, like just wheeling and dealing, making people offers. Going to Boyd, having Abby come around the corner saying that he can bring back Abby, but it's going to come at a cost. Going to Kenny with Tien Chen Lu and his dad coming around the corner. It's going to come at a cost. Going to Ellis, having Abby come around the corner. It's going to come at a cost. Going to Donna, having Donna's sister come around the corner. It's going to come at a cost. Going to Victor, having Eloise come out of the corner. It's going to come at a cost. I thought he was going to be costing and charging and costing. Kenny was the only one chopping down the tree. What do you all think that implies? He is the level-headed one with repressed anger. You mean in season 1 when his dad died? I think he was blowing off steam because his dad died. We're talking about season 1. I'm pretty sure there's a young man in a yellow suit in Miranda's basement that could have been a tie-in, a tie-through. Would have been nice. Description of a female teenager brought up by a priest just made me think maybe evil. Yeah. Yeah, he was remaking a chess set. Kenny, Victor, and Donna all wielded that axe. Yeah. So you talking about so you're not talking about Kenny. You're talking about Victor chopping down or trying to chop down a tree. See, Victor needs to tell someone that the boy in white came out when he was trying to chop down a faraway tree. That might be the key to how you summon the boy in white. Start chopping down faraway trees. Because think about it. If you're not going to go through it, you can sacrifice it. But the boy in white's like, no, that's important. Well, important to who? Because you told Christopher, go through the faraway tree to save the children. You told Victor it's important. But yet, Jade is going to open up this red door. See, if Victor would have opened his mouth and told people the boy in white came when I tried to chop down the faraway tree, people would be like, oh, we need to threaten the boy in white to talk to us, or we're chopping down faraway trees. Now, Victor can't say, oh, well, I forgot because of trauma. No. This happened last week or last month when it was snow on the ground. So you can't say that, it's from your childhood and you traumatized and you forgot and, you didn't know you had a sister and now you got a sister. No. You was chopping down the faraway tree like a month or 2 ago. So you need to be sharing information. You too, Tabitha. That's the problem. There needs to be a weekly meeting. Everyone get together and be like, what did you do this week? I don't know. Victor, come on now. We know you did something. Victor, come on. Leave me alone. Victor, we're sorry. We'll trade you peaches to just remember. I was gonna chop down the faraway tree, and the boy in white popped up out of nowhere and said, "Stop." Really? So the boy in white will show his face if we go to chop down a faraway tree? That may be the reason why the boy in white was sitting there looking at Tabitha and Henry, wondering what were they going to do with the faraway tree. You know what? See, if Victor would open his mouth and stop playing, they need to be out there threatening faraway trees to get the boy in white to talk. He'll stop talking in riddles if you start threatening trees. Matter of fact, you can even elicit Sophia. Sophia start chopping down a tree. Sophia probably would do it. And then you have the boy in white pop up with Sophia there. They lock eye to eye. They both see each other. And the boy in white might be like, "Why are you here, sir?" And next thing you know, it's like, "Wait a minute, what do you mean, sir? This is Sophia." Is that what she's calling herself now? How did it taste to eat those people? What? Sophia eats people? And the boy in white could say this before he disappears. That's no girl. That's a grown man. And boom, he vanishes. Sophia in white's outed. You know what? Don't let me end up in the township. I'll get you home. I'd be like, "Victor, we got a couple of cans of peaches. Every time you tell us something useful, we'll give you one peach. I will open the can in front of him, sit him down, put a bowl in front of him. You tell us something useful of your past, or right now, you get a peach." I can't think, but I want a peach. Well, you need to talk, damn it. What did you do this week? I remember the man in yellow. His weakness is fire. There you go. Here's a peach. Here's a peach. I think at the end of the season, someone does chop down the tree, and that'll injure or kill the boy in white. And now it's the end game. That'd be a good idea. I mean, you might as well, because at this point, they're talking about opening up the red door in the bottom of Colony House that was walled up with a stone wall, which is usually means you're trying to keep something in or out. So yeah, because there's no more safety net for the two parents if they die. No more resurrections, no more. Oh, wow. For Jade and Tabitha. Okay, that's your theory. And we know the last episode is titled "If a Tree Falls in the Woods." So I think it's coming. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so Red Star, I don't know if you've ever had children or a child, but unfortunately, that's kind of what it comes down to, even if you're a great parent. Sometimes you have to giveth and taketh away to get them to do something, and it's kind of like operant conditioning. It's unfortunate, but it's effective. So you think the faraway tree is running the reincarnations, reawakening each cycle? Okay. Boy in white is just its manifestation avatar. Yeah, it could be. Rick comes at a cost. At a cost. Not bad. So I don't think anyone aside from Victor even came close to chopping that tree. Insanity is trying the same thing over and over, expecting different outcomes. So why not try something different? Yeah. I hope the boy in white ugly cries. I hope so. Yeah, because it's probably going to come down to that. I mean, you're not using the faraway trees. You know the faraway trees are important. chop one down and see what happens. And then like Victor told Ethan, season 1, episode 4, in a rock in a faraway, that the faraway tree that he used to demonstrate how faraway trees work with the rock, that was a new one he had never seen before. So they're making new faraway trees are being created. Either they're just created because of the roots or a new sacrifice. I personally have theorized that teddy bears are still being sacrificed, and that's why we're getting new faraway trees, and that's how the town is able to keep going. There's sacrifices still going on, and also, so what we've seen in the show is people enter into the township by driving. But I'm sure it's easy. I'm sure it's possible to enter the township by walking and other modes of transportation. And I think that's how people can, or how teddy bears can be snuck into the township. But then again, you know what? I think it may come out that when they open that door, on the other side could be a whole camp full of teddy bears. Like generations of people could have been making teddy bears this whole time, and they're underneath the town and like in that underground cave system. That's real. That's real life. The under the tunnel rescue thing, military. Yeah, there's. I mean, like, I don't know if y'all want to get really deep when it comes to quote unquote save the children, but most of the time when it comes to people who are like really, really rich, they don't kidnap their teddy bears. They basically have somebody get pregnant and give birth to them. They sometimes they use government agencies or an adoption agency or an abortion clinic. But most of the people who are Epstein Island level, they basically grow their teddy bears. And I don't know if you all may or may not believe me, but like almost every year, someone gets discovered to have ran away from like a slave plantation. They call it human trafficking now. They've been calling it human trafficking for I think like maybe 100 years. That's why like it doesn't make the news. But there's people right now who are reporting that they basically are runaway slaves, as if it's still antebellum in the South. And when they ask the person, where'd you come from? They can't tell them because this person can't read or write. And they basically were using the constellation system to travel. And the person had to basically travel an estimated distance of going to a whole nother county to get help because people within the county were aware of this human trafficking system. Right, using surrogates, there you go, right there. And it's not just, one type of person human trafficked as far as like antebellum slavery. It's all types of people, all types of ethnicity and races and genders and stuff. He said, I was oblivious to stuff until they started blasting all over the media. Yeah. When I was an investigator, I took training about human trafficking. And I mean, it's actually worse now than it was back when it was legal because of technology. and there's just so many different ways that you can basically buy and grow your own teddy bear. Like there's people who spend their whole lives in that system until they age out. And then they basically become a part of that system or they go be homeless. And most of them choose to be a part of the system because they've already been conditioned to train others and take on leadership roles as they've gotten older. So now, like, you know, when you were like a really small teddy bear, you were a victim. As you've gotten older, you're now somewhat being a older brother or sister to a teddy bear that gets brought in. And then once you become an older teen, you're helping people, you're showing people the ropes and consoling them and all that. And then once you become an adult, people are no longer preventing you from having movement and learning stuff. You're like an adult walking around and they're wondering like, okay, are you going to stay here or are you going to leave? And then, you know, it's like, well, now you're basically a part of the system, a part of the problem. Yeah, they do. And they don't even realize that they're victimizers because that's just all they know. So I said all that to say that I have a theory that the reason why the show uses the term save the children is not really talking about teddy bears that have been deceased for centuries, but like current teddy bears who are in the township, who are basically bred and born and bred to be teddy bears to be sacrificed. I don't know if the show is going to go that dark, but when they have the ghoulish teddy bears with panda eyes after the sacrifice and no panda eyes before the sacrifice, and they're using the term save the children, and then season 1, episode 1, you see what happened to Megan at the hands of the grandma creature. Yeah, I think the show can go there. I think the show can go there, or they can go as close as possible on a streaming platform as you can go. Yeah, you can create your own designer if you can afford it. Yeah, because, you know, the stuff that the Germans were doing during World War One, they still doing that. There are people out there who are what's called as purists, and they get into stuff like genealogy and heredity, and they basically are purchasing certain attributes from certain people. Yeah, I think I made 2 or 3. I've done 2 or 3 about. I mean, I even did something on the community post where on the show From they and then even when Jade was in the underground stone coffin, did you see that teddy bear? That teddy bear had nothing around their eyes as far as panda eyes. And the panda eyes comes from blunt force trauma from the exit of a teddy bear, if you will. Trying to keep it family friendly. So the show or the art department, they're doing stuff in plain sight for those who know. For the uninitiated, all they see is like, you know, oh, well, the man in yellow was munching on people, no big deal. Whereas the rest of us who are initiated, we're like, this is kind of the stuff they do when it comes to like satanic ritual abuse. Consuming people, consuming teddy bears, blunt force trauma, causing panda eyes, save the children. Like they're doing stuff, and they're basically showing stuff in plain sight. The best genes can become a death trap. Yeah. Yeah, that's why people were up in arms when Sydney Sweeney did the jeans commercial. A lot of people didn't really understand what was being said until there came a backlash where it was like Sydney Sweeney has like really good genes. I mean, that's kind of like a play on words, but what was implied is basically what people pay for to basically build an actor or actress, build a celebrity. They do that, or they go the Kardashian route, as I call it, where they just pay for a bunch of plastic surgery. You can have your eye color change with plastic surgery, change your nose, your skin complexion, skin color, hair texture. You can basically change yourself bit by bit. And if you get the right surgeon, it'll actually look natural and look right. People are doing that. But the people who have money, like real money, they're just spending the money to have their child, their teddy bear, look a certain way, to be a certain height. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff that is not really talked about that much, but you do see like that's popular, like a BBL culture or a mommy makeover. So that type of stuff is like common now, but people were doing mommy makeovers, BBLs, and all that a long time ago, and they were doing it to people who were teddy bears. Like now, yeah, it is eugenics. Like now, there's like a big thing about administrators in schools we'll just say helping a teddy bear change their gender. So that type of stuff was like a thing because it was made politicized. But people have been doing that for a long time. It's just the common woman and common man can get it done to a teddy bear. But they basically have been doing that for the longest. And that's why I keep mentioning as far as for from, because the original sacrifice, I could see it for being for eternal life. Okay, cool. And then let's say you do another sacrifice or some type of ritual or something to create the trap mid-century. Okay, cool. But usually with the idea of a spell or some type of supernatural state, it has to be done over and over and over again. Kind of like, I mean, in the Catholic Bible, for example, you didn't just do one burnt offering and you're done. They were doing it almost every month. And it wasn't just for sin. It was to appease God, to ask for rain, ask for food. And, you know, they were doing offerings almost every month. And they do it. They in church now, they do offerings every month. They call it like a, you know, tithe and offering. So in the vein of the Catholic or Catholicism and having to have multiple sacrifices, and we're talking about Old Testament now, New Testament is supposed to be different because when Jesus sacrificed himself, he was supposed to be the final sacrifice. But I imagine that it from use is focused on maybe the Old Testament stuff and the New Testament stuff. So I imagine that they would have probably a teddy bear sacrifice a month to keep from going and to keep things the way they are. Especially when Marielle added or told Christy about something ancient that's feeding on our suffering and doesn't stop. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of sacrificing to make that happen. So Red Star says, I remember when I was in school, in my biology class, we had a debate about those type of eugenics. Luckily, the majority were on my side of eugenics being evil, my small town got away with too much. Well, I mean, eugenics is evil if you're talking about doing a medical procedure to prevent a pregnancy from going to term because of things that are unwanted in a teddy bear. But if you're talking about ensuring a teddy bear has certain attributes, people are currently doing that. Like when they like there's people now who when they date, they focus on certain attributes when they date somebody, but they just don't say it out loud. Because what they do acknowledge is that there's a caste system. So with there being a caste system, that's going to encourage people to avoid, like, you know, darker skin, avoid somebody who mating with somebody who doesn't have really good genetics as far as their height, dental work, medical record. Yeah, I mean, even autism and disabilities. I mean, really, when you talk about eugenics, it's like everything. I mean, think about it like this: if you met someone and they told you they were HIV positive, would you date them? And the answer probably is like, no, you wouldn't, because they have a virus that's going to turn into a disease more than likely. Or if someone says they have sickle cell, would you date them? And you more than likely would be like, we could be friends. But people who are more into eugenics would be like, no, I'm not. You know, they'll ask each other for their medical history, their credit score, dental records. Like there's a way you can kind of pick and choose who you have children with. You think so? You think so? Eugenics debates a lot of different aspects, like the debate of using information gathered by ill deed. Yeah. I mean, I personally am like, you know, I wouldn't want to condemn a child to poverty or to condemn them to the negative aspects of a caste system, if that's the society I live in, or condemn them by risking their health by mating with someone who's got something that can be passed on through heredity and genetics. I would not want to condemn someone just because I have feelings for another adult. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. Information gained by oh, wow. Like what happened to Elgin. Yeah, I think if Sophia targets Victor, I would be interested in how that conversation would go, because you can't go to Victor like you go like basically it seems like everyone Sophia goes to, they got a hang up. Victor has his hang ups, but he's like a child. So it would be interesting to see Sophia interact with Ethan and interact with Victor. Like how would she come to them, or how would she go to them? Especially Victor. And then plus Victor is hardly ever alone unless he's in his room. But then like how would Sophia get Victor by himself unless he's in his room? Let's say if I was a writer, if I was going to have Sophia torment Victor, I would have Sophia ask about the pictures in his room that depict things that are like violent images, and ask him about those images, and just, the same way she went to Henry asking Victor, were you scared when you saw this? And then she could easily just touch him and have him relive traumatic moments that he drew. And that could be the, getting her. Uh-oh. I think they may have took the revolver away after Jim told on Victor to Boyd, though. Victor ain't trying to hear nothing. Sophia's trying to say, I don't know. I mean, if Sophia goes to his room, he's going to be like, why are you in here? And blah, 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 blah. For all we know, Victor may look at Sophia the way he looked at Julie when Julie first arrived. Remember, Victor was kind of like drawing Julie a picture and stuff, admiring Julie. He could be doing the same thing with Sophia. This was the area I was considering going into when I was going to apply to graduate school, but it is a huge topic and can go in so many ways. Yeah, it can. So Raul says, my theory, Victor wasn't supposed to live. Sophia and Yellow was in on it. Well, I mean, I think the idea of who is supposed to live and who is not is kind of up for debate, in my opinion, just because when it comes to the quote unquote massacre, when Victor was the last or the only person left alive, we still don't know definitively how that happened. Because Victor said the man in yellow came in and he was just like us, and we thought his yellow suit was silly. But he wasn't like us. And then he said that the man in yellow was eating Miranda. And we saw the man in yellow eating people in town. So I'm wondering what actually took everyone out as far as the massacre. I think everyone went through the faraway tree and fell from the sky, and that's why they're all kind of grouped together on the road like that. But if they don't go down that route and it's like everyone in town tore each other apart, like what exactly happened? Like, was it like a civil war? And if it was, you don't really see any type of weapons, like a melee weapon or anything that could be used as a melee weapon or a firearm by any of the bodies. They're just all laid out. So I'm still wondering what actually happened during this massacre. Once I find that out definitively, unless if they don't come out and say anything, I'm gonna still say everybody went through the faraway tree and fell from the sky like that rock did when Victor demonstrated the faraway tree to Ethan. Could be. Yeah, Victor is. Or like he looked at Elgin, he didn't trust Elgin. And he kind of, his suspicion was right. Elgin could not be trusted because Elgin is what? Elgin's too nice. It's funny because I saw a movie called Obsession. It came out this year, and the guy in that movie was too nice, and that's his problem. So Elgin's the same way. Elgin is too nice, and I hate to be the one to say it, but most believers, they're too nice. They think everything is either everything bad is the devil, everything good is God, and they view people as God's children, and they become too nice. Yeah, it was. It was. And guess what? The protagonist, he was too nice. That's what his problem was. He was too nice to just say that he liked the girl, and if she rejected him, just to accept it. He wanted to. He wanted to be in the friend zone, and he was okay with that because he's too nice. He says, "It's one something in the morning, eating spinach salad. I mean, it is good for you." So this chit chat was supposed to just be, chat for a little bit, then I play some music or whatever. But ever since seeing Julie with her resting bee face and talking about people being too nice, we just kind of have almost progressed the conversation into talking about Save the Children, Sophia getting at Victor. That's usually how these chit chats are. It's kind of the reason why I use this channel, because it's kind of like it'll hurt as far as the algorithm, since that's not what I normally do for the Parkland Media channel. But yeah, Elgin's problem and that guy in the Obsession's problem was they're too nice. Yeah, Obsession. Have y'all seen it? So far, I've seen Obsession. I've seen Backrooms. I think Obsession is required viewing for a lot of guys who lack confidence, and they may be into stuff that you see online as far as like red pill manosphere and all that other stuff. Yeah, the Backrooms was pretty wild, especially that the scene at the kitchen table, or that table. That's where it got really, really crazy. So I enjoyed the Backrooms. If you've never seen a YouTube video about the Backrooms or played the game, you will enjoy it, especially towards the end. I think it's really interesting, the idea of it, and it was really good to me. I think I've heard people complain that it's a slow burn, but it's not a slow burn if you're familiar with the Backrooms. Yeah, see, some people thought I was pretty all right. I think it just depends on. So the backstory is basically on YouTube for free. The movie was really for those who are uninitiated to the backroom lore and the fact that it's creepypasta. So it is a value add to watch a couple of YouTube videos about the Backrooms, and they kind of talk about the history of it and what it's about, and then maybe even watch some of the video gameplay. Yeah, the older videos are like a year or a year or longer. I mean, they basically explain what the Backrooms are and different aspects of it. And I think if someone's a fan of the Backrooms and knows about it, they'll appreciate the movie. Those who don't know anything about the Backrooms or very little about it, they kind of are. It's kind of just like with From, where they don't really explain much. They just give it to you, and you're left to have to go onto YouTube and just figure out what did you just watch. Yeah, it's worth seeing. And in my opinion, you can't even spoil the Backrooms, even if you tried, because it's kind of like, I mean, they said it in the movie. It's like explaining something to someone who's never seen it. and doesn't know anything about it, and then asking them to draw it. So it's like me explaining from to someone who's never heard of it, never seen any clips or anything, and then asking them to draw what I just explained to them. What they come up with is the back rooms. Right? It's unexplainable. You talking about in the movie, or are you talking about the YouTube channel? Oh, okay. So you saw the movie, you got it. I mean, the movie pretty much does lay out surface level of all you need as far as the back rooms, but like there's things such as like I played the game, the back rooms. I played a couple of levels, and when you start going through levels in the game, or you can even watch the gameplay on YouTube for free, you'll be like, okay, this is a lot. This is a lot, but you don't really have to play the games or watch any YouTube videos explaining stuff as far as the history of the creepypasta and how it started off on, I think it was 4chan, and then it turned into something else. You don't have to do it, but you'll appreciate it more. But it is unexplainable. It's one of those movies where you cannot spoil it. So if, let's say, for example, if you like, I mean, really, it's kind of like trying to explain, what's that movie with Art the Clown? I forgot the name of it, but it's got Art the Clown in it. It's kind of like trying to spoil the movie with Art the Clown. You can't really do it because you have to see it. It's a lot going on, and you got to see it. I know Amanda doesn't like clowns, so she wouldn't want to watch that movie. But yeah, Terrifier, right? I've seen Terrifier 1, 2, and 3. I can tell you about Terrifier, but it's impossible to spoil because you got to see it. Exactly. Thank you, MG Merkin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Amanda says I've tried to explain from to others. I start at one point and then backtrack to another point and then find another point. You can't explain from. You cannot explain it. Yeah, you'll hate Terrifier then if you don't like clowns. But yeah, you can't. It's the same way you can't really explain from. You can kind of tell different plot points, but it's very difficult to really explain it to where someone gets it, because even after watching an episode, we could spend hours discussing different things about one episode and then come together like another day, talk about the same episode again, and it's like more to discuss because it's almost like endless discussion. That's the reason why we have the Discord now. That's the reason why I do the chit chats now, and then I do a quote unquote show and a pre-show. Yeah, roaches get in, but they can't get out. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want to see Terrifier then. Yeah. I think House of Mystics, you said you've already seen Obsession and Backrooms. Those are the let's see, any other ones that I've seen lately. If you like Mandalorian and Grogu, I enjoyed that. So one movie that I think you all will like, that you probably have never heard of, is Passenger. Passenger was a surprising hit. Hokum, it's got the dude from Severance. I've only seen him in a nice role in Severance, and even then he was like a douche. He goes full, I'm gonna say full douche mode, but he's a very unlikable person in Hokum. It was very difficult for me to want him to win based off of how he was treating people before stuff got started. Okay. Yeah, I liked Passenger. I thought Passenger was, yeah, it's called Passenger. Passenger. It's got like a red T or a red upside down cross as far as the cover. So no, not Passenger. It's Passenger 2026. It's about two people who who basically get rid of their home and live in an RV. So basically, it's like getting rid of getting like. There's people online who have done this, but like get rid of your apartment, get rid of your home, and live in an RV for the rest of your days, and it goes bad. Yeah, I think Mandalorian Grogu was like I think it was a great movie. Everybody hated it. I just know that Mandalorian Grogu, they do stuff in the movie that changes the landscape for Star Wars. So it's kind of like, how can you not see it? Passenger. It kind of does have the occult, like supernatural stuff. So Passenger does have it, but the occult stuff is more like learning about the supernatural stuff that they're dealing with. So if you like movies where they have to learn about supernatural stuff, then you may like Passenger. But if you're like, I don't like learning about supernatural stuff, then it may not be for you. Yeah, Passenger was a few years ago. Yeah, Passenger was a sci-fi about folks who wake up on a spaceship. Yes, not that movie. It's a movie with about two people who get rid of their home and they move into an RV, and the girlfriend or the fiance, she kind of has reservations about it, and things start happening. Well, if you like Grogu from the Mandalorian and for the Mandalorian, the Star Wars Disney Plus show, you'll love this Grogu because he can do more as a puppet, and he does do more. Like Grogu goes from looking like a toy on the Mandalorian on Disney Plus to where it feels like he's like a really small person running around doing stuff. It's actually, I mean, I like that. I like that. I like being able to see Grogu do more, and they gave Grogu way more to do than the Disney Plus series. And also in the movie, things happen that changes a lot of storylines for Star Wars going forward, because there's things that happen that affect the universe. And I'll leave it at that. Okay. So I got the email you sent 2 hours ago. Has it been anything else? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, so you definitely need to go see The Mandalorian and Grogu. Oh, that's your Chihuahua? That's a Chihuahua. I'm going to say back in 2000, maybe 7, I had bought what I thought was a Chihuahua, but it turned out to be a Chiweenie. And a breeder ripped me off. But it's kind of my own fault because I saw Chihuahuas being sold for like $8,000. And then there was like this one post, I think it was, I forgot the name of the website. I forgot the name of it, but there was posts for like $8,000 Chihuahuas. I'm like, I can't afford no $8,000. But then it was one post that said $200 Chihuahua. And I called the number, and the quote unquote breeder was like, I've got so many dogs, I got to get rid of them. I can't keep them here because of the laws and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. So I went over there, and this was here in Vegas. So I go over there. She opens the door. I go inside. I was married at the time. And we went inside, and when I tell you it was like a lot of dogs, it was so many dogs that I couldn't even step inside. So I'm thinking like maybe she does want to get rid of some dogs. So then yeah, she was like, like my Chihuahuas are right here. I looked. It was a bunch of little it appeared to be Chihuahuas. I'm like, okay, I'll take that one right there, the brown one. And yeah, $200. I'm like, okay, man, this is great. This is great. Because the other Chihuahuas were listed at $8,000, $15,000, $20,000. So took it, and so the breeder said that they gave the dog all the shots and all of the medications and stuff, and the dog started like having worms come out of it. So I took the dog to PetSmart, and they were like, yeah, this dog it hasn't had any of the medications required. So I'm like, oh, okay. And so I ended up spending like $500. I didn't have any dog insurance. That's a thing. So dogs have dog insurance. So if you all ever want to buy a dog or a pet, and your first time, you have to get like insurance. But I didn't have any dog insurance, so I spent like $500, a little bit north of that, to deworm the dog, to get shots, and all that. And then, for some reason, there was like they needed to know what type of dog it was for certain shots, and I'm like, it's a Chihuahua. They were like, are you sure? And so, yeah, they did a DNA test, and it was like a Chiweenie. It was a Chihuahua mixed with a weenie dog. Yeah, so it wasn't. So I didn't have a 100% Chihuahua. It was maybe like 20% Chihuahua and a bunch of other percents of like other dogs, including a weenie dog. It was more of a wiener dog than a Chihuahua. And I'm like, oh man, they got me. But I mean, $200 for a Chihuahua, the veterinarian was like, yeah, they got you. But I mean, I was okay with it because I like the dog, or we like the dog. So yeah, so when you're basically, if oh, okay, man. So Amanda sent some more pictures of the Chihuahua, of her Chihuahua. I'm like, how do you get the dog to smile like that, and to even sit in like this little toy car? Yeah, the dog I had, that dog was like running around all the time. A lot of Chihuahuas can be super sweet. My friend had them growing up. It yips but doesn't bite. Yeah, that's how my Chiweenie was. It was like basically it was always barking and jumping on stuff and very playful. You know, I never had any problems with the dog, and I mean it was really easy to get the dog housebroken. So we kept it as an indoor dog, but we didn't like let it go outside or anything. So we used the newspaper and a kennel method for bathroom and stuff. But other than that, yeah, they lived to be like a long time. I think we had the dog for like maybe 16 years. So yeah, they lived to be a long time. But yeah, I remember when I saw that breeder's house, the same way that people were ignoring the red flags of Sophia, I was ignoring the red flags of uh, of the breeder, and the breeder wasn't even real. But I didn't even go back to complain or anything, and didn't turn her in or anything because I was just like, I'm just happy to have this dog. $200 ain't bad. $500 for all the medication and stuff, and then boom. So you get what you pay for. Yeah, you gotta get the dog insurance. If you don't get the dog insurance, if something happens and you take the dog to a vet, you can't just simply be like, oh, I don't want to do this operation, put the dog down. I mean, you can, but so I honestly have never been, because I ended up getting dog insurance or animal or pet insurance with Banfield. I got that like a couple of months, like maybe like a week or two after paying that bill for the shots and stuff. And after that, it wasn't that bad because you just, it's like regular medical insurance. But yeah, you definitely got to get the insurance because if you don't pay for it, you'll be paying out your pocket for a lot. Yes, Splice is wild. Well, I mean, okay, with Grogu, I mean, he's 90 years old in the right now, and as far as canon, he's like 90. So Yoda's like 900 years old. So yeah, he's gonna be that baby Grogu for like probably for at least 100 years in real life. Because as soon as they start having Grogu get older, all the merchandise they have, no one's gonna really want to buy it. Like now, people are constantly buying the merchandise because they're seeing him as baby Grogu or baby Yoda. Yeah, medical insurance is a must. You're right. Health insurance and dental insurance is a must too. Even if you don't use it, it's better to have it, especially medical insurance, because once you get to a certain age, they want to give you a medical exam and stuff. And I just, I luckily have had medical insurance for myself, my son, and my ex-wife back when we were married, like vision, dental, medical. Like I had it provided by the military, and then I just kind of kept it when right now after being retired. And even if I don't use it, I'd rather pay for it per month and not need it than to need it. And now I'm like messed up because the main thing is like the medical stuff, really dental too, because preventative medicine, you all have no idea. Preventing something is way better than sitting in someone's ER and you're not going to be able to pay for whatever they do to you, but you need it. That's probably the worst feeling in the world. I've never had to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Right. Okay. Okay. If y'all want me to show y'all something, I can. But like I said before, with Sophia and Yellow, she never did drink anything as far as the alcohol. If you see when she puts the stuff to her mouth, she takes like a little sip, but none of it goes in her mouth. And I think it's because she can't drink it. I think it's because she can't drink it. Well, I don't know if she can. I'm just theorizing. I'm sorry, I should have said that. So I don't believe Sophia and Yellow can eat like human food or drink anything that we as humans consume because she wasn't drinking with Henry. I might try to show it next time we do a show or whatever. But she would like put the cup to her lips, like kiss it, and then like take it away. I mean, for all we know, all she can eat is human. So she can't drink liquor, but she can drink Lisa. If you get what I'm saying, that's what I'm thinking. Kind of like with Fatima. Fatima did not like the smell of food. Yeah, he's a cool. Amanda sends pictures of the Chihuahua and looks like a beagle, I think, and some pumpkins. Oh wow. Okay. Let's see. Any other movies I've seen? So I've seen Mortal Kombat 2. If you're a Mortal Kombat fan, skip it. If you're not a Mortal Kombat fan, you can skip it, in my opinion. So I've seen television series called Spider Noir. I loved it. That one, I definitely loved it. And then also another movie you can skip is Jack Ryan, Ghost War. You can skip that. You can skip that. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. It's just a gore fest. If you like stuff that's disgusting, it's a gore fest. And not a gore as in like necessarily blood, but like people throwing up and body fluid is crazy. So one movie that I actually liked that you are not gonna believe it, but I saw Devil Wears Prada too. I actually liked that movie. I saw Devil Wears Prada Part One. I've never seen it before. I saw it. I'm like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Seeing Part Two, and I'm like, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it. I mean, it's got Nicolas Cage. How can you not like Nicolas Cage? I have yet to see a Nicolas Cage movie that I didn't like. There's some bad performances where I'm laughing at him. There's bad performances where I'm laughing with him. Spider Noir, I thought was a good performance, especially for Nicolas Cage, and he's known for overacting. But it is actually really good. Yeah, it was good. There's, no one can hate on Spider Noir. I think Nicolas Cage is slowly, I'm not going to say making a comeback, but I think he's slowly doing mainstream stuff. But Nicolas Cage, don't sleep on Nicolas Cage for Spider Noir. If you like Noir and kind of like detective stuff with superhero stuff that's grounded, don't sleep. Don't sleep on Nicolas Cage. Don't sleep on the cast. I mean, it's got some supporting actors that will surprise you, especially the guy who was electrical based. I liked him. He was like over the top, Broadway. I liked him. It's got the woman in it from the movie Sinners. She was pretty good as like, like in the noir stuff, they kind of have women who are like dames. So she kind of had that noir vibe. The Hammer guy. Who's the Hammer guy? The Hammer guy. You mean the guy, Sandman, the Sandman guy? I'm thinking the Sandman guy was pretty cool. But they're really, even the secretary. Even right, the secretary, everybody, when everybody clocked in, everyone came to work and clocked in. So this is not a movie. Spider Noir is not a movie. It's a television series. It's on let's see, Spider Noir. I think it's on Amazon. Yeah, Amazon Prime. But Nicolas Cage, I mean, he's in the MCU in a way, just like Tom Holland Spider-Man. Like, he's in the MCU, but not in the MCU. They may do a thing where they borrow him from Amazon or something like they do with Tom Holland and Sony, but it's worth a watch. The whole cast clocks in as far as noir. If you like noir in that type of genre, everybody clocks in. I enjoyed it. Right, the Nick Cage noir Spider-Man flick. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly how you sell it. It's not Spider-Man. It's not Spider-Man noir. It's Spider Noir, the Nick Cage Spider Noir. Yeah. Yeah, it's a series. Mm-hmm. I think it's worth it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I say the only complaint I would have about Spider Noir is it's gonna sound kind of counterproductive or whatever. Not really counterproductive, but it's gonna sound kind of the opposite of what I'm saying. But so I think Nicolas Cage was a good casting because he was doing an older Spider-Man, but I kind of hate that because it was clear that they wanted to focus on him outside of being Spider Noir because Nicolas Cage is an aging actor. So the same thing they did with Mortal Kombat 2, with having the guy that plays and the boys to be Johnny Cage. They say, oh, it's an older Johnny Cage. Like they basically really wanted Nick Cage to be Spider Noir, so they had him as the aging Spider, and you don't really get much Spider-Man. You get more of Nick Cage doing stuff outside of being Spider-Man. Like he does a couple of things, but you can kind of tell that he's up there. Yeah, so basically old Spider Noir. Not old Spider-Man like Peter Parker, but old Spider Noir. So the same way they did, if you've seen Mortal Kombat 2 and and you're following like the storyline of Mortal Kombat with the games, you know that the Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat 2 should have been the younger Johnny Cage which would have been like the Johnny Cage and the real Mortal Kombat 1 that came up on, or that was on like Sega Genesis. But then for the movie Mortal Kombat 2, they didn't give us the real Johnny Cage. They gave us the older Johnny Cage that's out right now. So they basically took the older Johnny Cage and put him in the slot of the young man Johnny Cage so that Carl Urban could be Johnny Cage. Yeah, he just wants to be a regular guy, like retire. And see, that's the older Spider who wants to retire after doing it for like decades. And I think they did that so that Nicolas Cage could play the Spider versus someone who's younger, who would have been more action-packed and hands-on as the Spider that's in the comic. But I enjoy Spider Noir because I like Nicolas Cage, and I thought the whole cast the whole cast clocked in when it came time to work as far as their performance. And most of the time when it comes to Noir, it's more about the dialogue anyway, how it's quick and witty and snap and crisp. The performance is what makes it Noir, and then that sold it. And then also you have Nicolas Cage. I never not like a Nicolas Cage performance. Right, this version of the Spider does fit Nicolas Cage. It does. This version, the older Spider, fits Nicolas Cage because he was doing stuff. It's just that if you watch something like Into the Spider-Verse and you saw that Spider Noir, he was more in his prime, whereas Spider Noir, the Amazon Prime show, he's at the end. But then again, to me, because you could easily have a stunt double perform some of the stuff where the Spider has the mask on, like they do with the Mandalorian. They really should have just gone down that route and just, instead of having Nicolas Cage as like the older Spider Noir, he could have just, he doesn't look, Nicolas Cage doesn't look old, like ancient or anything. They could have had it to where it's Nicolas Cage. They don't focus on his age, and they could have had the Spider with a stunt double with the mask on. The mask off is Nicolas Cage doing the same things that he was doing in the show, but more in the prime. Because with him wanting to retire and not wanting to do it anymore, it changed the storyline to where he was able to be tricked by, we'll just say, the other side because he wants out. But all in all, it's a great show, and definitely worth watching if you like Noir. So another movie I've seen is The Punisher, One Last Kill. I enjoyed that. Yeah, Nicolas Cage and Peggy Sue got married, and Con Air are my two favorite movies. But I think Nicolas Cage needs to learn how to know some movies. There is some overacting. And I think when he bought the islands and had to file for bankruptcy, he can no longer say no anymore. He can't say no anymore. Even if he wants to say no. Yeah, well, he changed his name. He legally changed his name to Nick Cage recently. Because he said that he no longer wanted to be the black sheep of the Copalos. Or Copal, is it Copalos? Yeah, he legally changed his name. Now we need From Noir. Oh, man. But what we really need is a prequel, so we can put to rest what happened to Victor. So I hate that they're going to end the season on season 5 of From. With the way they're doing things, I just hate they're going to end it on season 5. But if they're going to end on season 5 and not give us a follow up or like another series. What they could do is make it to where there is a From town in every country, and just give us From in another country. If you're not going to give us a series after From or a prequel, then give us From in another country. Give us something. But I think it should be, depending on who survives, I think it should be another series right afterwards. It does. It does. And depending on how they end the series, I think it's going to be to where a lot of people are not going to make it. Does anyone know why they have so many different for this small number of episodes? What do you mean? Oh, different writers? I don't know. That's one of the biggest mistakes right there. That's one of the biggest mistakes, because you'll have writers that write an episode and they get notes from like previous writers or from the creators or the director, and they kind of write the scripts. I think that's a big mistake, because I think most of the stuff that we see in the back room in the background is from the art department or production, not necessarily the writers, creators, or the director. The director does. Jack Bender, the main director, he does create his own artwork and he puts it on set according to what he told E-Man News and Reviews. And that's the reason why I was mentioning that. That's why I don't really focus on going too much in what's in the background unless I can tie it to a theory, because there may be, let's say, a picture at the upper left-hand corner, and Jack Bender made that while he was doing work on Game of Thrones. And it's in the background because he's just showing off, but it's not necessarily pertaining to anything in the series. But then again, they may end up putting it in the story if enough people in the fandom talk about it. So I think that's the reason why it seems like they're all over the place, because they're using writers who all want to justify their salary or getting paid. But it's not really, like, some things are presented that's not really going to actually be anything meaningful. Like, for example, like with the stuff with Sarah, that thing that happened with Sarah may be like a one-off. Or with Kenny, having Kenny go outside the clinic in episode 1, that might just be a one-off. Like, there was no rhyme or reason. Some writer just thought that was a funny thing to do or a cool thing to do, and then boom, or the ram's head on top of the motel sign. That might just be, you know, a one-off. And let me show y'all something else. I'm not saying anybody in the chat has said anything, but there was something that I was telling y'all was staged, and we have yet to see this image. And I'm glad I got y'all here. He's an alien beacon. What? Who remembers this? Who remembers this? Who remembers? Who remembers? This is the Collider picture before From season 4 aired, right? We have. I was saying that this picture is probably staged. People were like, "Nah, ain't no way, ain't no way." When in the show have you seen those three standing next to each other in front of the pool? Right. It was like, I mean, now I guess it's supposed to be a ram and a burlap sack or something. I don't know. But is that when Dale was found in the pool? No. This never happened. This was supposed to be for season 4, a behind the scenes picture for Collider. It never happened. This is supposed to be behind the scenes, a behind the scenes Collider picture. It was like a teaser from Collider. It was Collider's exclusive preview. And I was saying this picture is probably staged. Right, it didn't happen. Because so when Sophia came into town, Tabitha, Julie, and Ethan were near the diner, and they saw Sophia come in the wrong way at the coming from the direction of the church. And Jade didn't go over to the accident until after the accident happened. And then Boyd was in the sheriff's station during the accident. So from where they're standing, they're at the pool and they're looking in the direction of the barn. No one ever came in from the barn or where the gas station is for those three to be lined up like that. And remember, you see the rope in the background. The rope in the background signifies that was the rope that was holding up the ram's head at the motel. Well, when Boyd came down, remember Jade was he was there, but it was mainly Boyd there who saw the ram's head in the binoculars. He did the old man run down there to see what was at the motel, and then Tabitha came outside with Julie and with Ethan. Remember, Ethan was running. Boyd had to catch him. So that rope being up means the ram's head is up. So that episode, the ram's head was everything. But they're looking in the direction of the barn and the gas station when people normally come into town. No one has come into the town going that direction the entire season. Unless this is like episode 7, 8, 9, or 10, which I doubt because they're dealing with that door. No, remember the rope is for the ram's head. It's what tied the ram's head to the top of the motel sign. Right, it was a sneak peek behind the scenes before season 4 started. It was by Collider. It was Collider's exclusive preview. So the point I'm making is that for the show, they're doing stuff that may not necessarily turn into anything. Or it was a fake out to throw folks off of what actually happened. I mean, it could have been a fake out, but it was supposed to be a behind the scenes picture, as in this shot comes from an episode, but behind the scenes. And my argument was it looked staged because there's just no way that they're all going to be posing like that unless they're actually watching someone drive into town. But I was saying that I think that this is staged just because I think that's what Jade had on season 3, and that's what Tabitha had on season 3. And then in the trailer, when Tabitha's coming off of the porch, she looks different. In the shot where Jade is going to the car wreck or the collision, he looks different. And I was saying that this is probably staged just because of how they look in the shot. And so the point I'm making is that the same way how the writers are just kind of like doing stuff just to be doing it, it's the same way with these press photos. They're having stuff that is not going to turn into anything. Because a lot of people have, they've forgotten about this Collider photo. I haven't forgotten. And the reason why I haven't forgotten is that that's some things that I kind of have done here and there as far as making videos, and that is comparing the actual scene to what was in the trailer. So basically, the trailers are misleading. Yeah, indeed. You can almost tell where in the season they are by how long Jade's hair is. Yeah. After everything, maybe it's just my opinion, but with the animals, why don't they put a talisman in the barn? They should. Unless they don't have enough for all the buildings that people occupy. But they should. At this point, they should. Yeah. So that's I kind of just brought up the collider picture because we were talking about there's different set of writers for each episode, and a lot of times they're doing stuff that's episodic, but not serial or seasonal. So I think Sophia and her antics is more episodic than actual seasonal, like affecting the whole season. We may get to the end of the season and then we see episode 10, it comes and goes, and it's like, oh, well, this. So Sophia was just like a Loki type character or a trickster in the background the whole time, just in case, and take turns sleeping there if the talismans need a person in the room. It's a good point. Is a room or a building, quote unquote, secure if no one's in there? I wonder if they've ever tried to test that out. Talking about Barry and Dale, yeah. Yeah, his body probably is like stinky and full of maggots and stuff. Yeah, I agree. Protecting the animal is a necessary resource, and we know that they don't have any talisman stones in there, or we're at least guessing because we're assuming the monsters put Jim in there upside down and put knowledge comes at a cost, unless that was somehow the man in yellow, which I doubt because he was in there with Kenny. Well, it would be an interesting thing to try, like put a talisman stone in the barn and see if anyone's able to observe if the animals, I mean the animal, but the monsters go to the barn and can't open it. You'd think they would do that by now after what happened season 3, episode 1. They probably didn't think it was necessary. People can either fight Sarah or let her stay in. Why are they trying to fight Sarah? Sarah is a painter now. Yeah, it doesn't. Because so I'm gonna say, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's locked or not, because remember when Fatima had her and Ellis in Colony House inside of that foyer, she closed the front door and locked it, but the doors leading into the stair, where the stair is, or I forgot the name. I think that's a forgot the name of it, but basically the closed-in part of Colony House, the doors, the double doors. She locked the front door, but not the second set of doors, and they weren't able to open it. And Ella said, "How did you know that would work?" And she said that she didn't. That she got the idea from Boyd being in the RV. So Boyd did tell Donna she better wake up, but I think that was just him fussing at her, not really like having power to wake her up. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it was like Sophia telling the priest to wake up. Wake up. I think Boyd was just like fussing at her, and she just opened her eyes at that moment. Because I've heard people say that if someone's in a coma and you talk to them, that can kind of help them come back to life or whatever. Like by touching them and talking to them, that can kind of help them to recover. I've heard of that. I don't think Boyd kind of commanded Donna. I mean, he did demand and give her order, but I don't think it was anything supernatural. But then again, what if it was supernatural? What if Boyd does have the ability to tell people what to do when they do it? That would be the reason why he's kind of like the sheriff. I'm hoping that while Donna was unconscious, she had some type of prophetic dream, and her character does more than just boss people around and be an alpha female. Yeah, I can see that. I'm pretty sure someone's gonna be like, Patty, what happened to your face? They told me not to tell. Not to tell what? You can tell us. We won't tell anybody. Then Patty shows them her face, and they're like, when did this happen? I mean, Patty's gonna talk eventually. She's gotta say something. And Patty doesn't seem like the type to feel right about lying. Even though she hasn't had that many lines, we don't know her. She's just somebody that just showed up out of nowhere. As far as we're concerned, Patty just comes off to me as someone who would not want to lie, and people deserve the truth. But if Boyd and Jade are going to do this whole red door thing at the bottom of Colony House, I think people are going to be more focused on that than Patty's face. He does. My blood is your blood. And then I guess he gave it to Smiley. Yeah. Since Donna died. What? I think she comes back and tells people what happens to you when you die in Fromville, end up trapped in the Bottle Tree bottles. Oh, you know, I should ask this. Has everybody seen from season 4, like up to season 4, and has everybody seen from season 4 up to episode 6? Because I've been seeing stuff online under From's Instagram in the post where people were kind of complaining during the two week hiatus, or really the 1 week hiatus. People were complaining that from viewers outside of the US, they get their episodes weeks later than people in the US and maybe even Canada. So like we're waiting on episode 7, which comes out this Sunday, the 7th. But there's people like across seas from where I'm at in America. A lot of them are just now getting episode 1 and maybe 2. What? I mean, as far as complaining about a week off, yeah. But I mean, I always forget to ask if everybody is like caught up with the episodes that I'm caught up with, because what, Amanda, what does Christy GPA got to do with anything? Christy's been saving people at this point. Christy should be good. But I always forget to ask people where they are with watching, because there could be spoilers for like season 4, episodes 1 through 6. And there's some people that they're just not watching episode 2 because they're across seas. Even with Amazon Prime, they get their stuff like later than MGM Plus. Right. I'm hoping that's what happens with Donna. The near-death experience, being in the coma and all that, the stroke, was her being able to see the other side, and maybe she can know more about what Marielle was telling Christy. Well, you'd be surprised. Some people, they don't mind being spoiled. I mean, you got people playing future episodes in Discords. Oh, okay. You got people, who want to be spoiled. And some people, they're like, they don't know that. You have some people who don't know that the rest of us are waiting on episode 7, and they're only getting episode like 1 or 2 of season 4. Like, they may be thinking that they're up to date, not knowing that we're where we are with our viewing. I've heard people say that they're like in the Netherlands or something, and they get they have to really wait, but they do come online and watch from stuff. And I think, and I mean, objectively speaking, because there's so many people who do videos and, in comment sections, they comments, not many people actually say, oh, this is my theory. A lot of people will just throw something out there and they won't tell you, oh, this is a leak or a spoiler, or I heard this from another YouTuber, or I got this from Reddit, or I saw this in the comment section, or I got this from Facebook. Like, a lot of people won't tell you where they've got something, whether it's a video or a comment, until you ask them questions and they answer it. So I think it's fair to say that if I'm just now seeing from season 4, episode 1, I come online and I'm watching from videos and I'm hearing people say stuff. Some people can be explaining something, but not telling you, oh, this is a theory. I've heard people like, okay, I'm sure, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure that when I start watching other people's videos, that someone will take the comment, this is just an example, someone will take the comment that Jade made about the Egyptians mummified those they held in high regard, and then Acosta was using the photo viewer and showed Egyptian pyramids. Someone could take what Jade said about Egypt and mummifying people, and what Acosta showed as far as the Egyptian pyramids, and go down a whole rabbit hole of making a video saying that From is about Egypt and burials. And the person won't say this is a theory. They'll explain it as if it's fact. So I always say, this is a theory. This is a stretch. It's a yoga stretch. Letting people know that this is a theory video and I don't know. And I try to show screenshots or video from the actual episode so you know what I'm referencing. In addition to say, oh, well, this is a theory, though. It's a theory. I don't know for sure. But not everybody does that. Some people will use press credentials, watch the entire season, like season 4, then start making videos, quote unquote, explaining stuff, but not tell you, oh, this is a spoiler, or this is a theory, or I got this from someone else. They'll just present you with a video, or they'll put a comment in the comment section. And you even heard me on this channel while live. I have to ask somebody like, hey, is that a theory? Is that your theory? Did you hear that from somewhere else? Is that a spoiler? I'm always having to ask people that because people won't start off by saying spoiler alert like they did in the past, or like most people do. They won't say spoiler alert, blah, 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 or, well, my theory is blah, blah, blah. Most people will just start talking. And it's not until you ask questions where you get the source, but then you've already heard it. So Amanda says Fatima's hysterical pregnancy, boys fake worms, giving up on Donna. Where did Christy GPA fall? Huh? Oh, I saw your comment about Christy GPA. I guess you were having a conversation. You put like, what was Christy's GPA? I know I've asked this before. Oh, I don't even know Christy's GPA was even mentioned because she was, I think, a fourth year resident, a residency or something, maybe first year or fourth year residency. Well, let me look it up right quick. I think I put that in the. I think she was a four-year medical student or something. Okay, third year. She was a third year medical student, season 1. So at this point, she's a doctor. So I don't know about GPA though. That's what I was referring to when I saw that comment. I'm like, what's going on? What is going on? Possessing Donna. So do we think that the man in yellow can be in more than one place at once? Basically, being omnipresent. Yeah, exactly. There's only so much you can do when you're a person of science, and From's got supernatural stuff going on. Yeah, they haven't. I don't think they have. But she was uh, a third year medical student when season 1 started. By now, she's basically a doctor, as far as From's concerned. Yeah, technically, her residency is in Fromville. Yeah, I mean, basically, they're already referring to her as being a doctor. She's a medical doctor. Who gonna check her? Who is gonna check Christy and say that she doesn't have the right credentials? I don't know. Who is gonna check Christy? I think they're joking that with all the things Christie's missed or gotten wrong, they wonder if she even studied. Wow. So I got to refer to Redstar 24. I think she's a good doctor, but Fromville deals with magic, not science. Wow. Yeah. No dentist in town? Nah, they pulling teeth. So you got you a cavity? We'll get some pliers and we'll pull that bad boy out. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to pull that bad boy out. You want to save the tooth? than keep munching on the cavity. Yeah, we pulled that bad boy out with pliers. We can, if you're asking, do we have any pain meds? We got whiskey. We got whiskey. We have gin. We got moonshine. Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't been to the dentist in like 500 years. There you go. And he's all right, and he munches on people. But if you absolutely got to get that bad boy pulled out, we got whiskey. We have Everclear. Somebody brought that in. We got moonshine. Right, we got crap vodka. That's what we got. That's about it. So, yeah. If you're trying to schedule a dentist, we can do it right now. I mean, maybe the priest was thinking, I'm going to pray about it versus going to the dentist. That's his choice. There it is. You say you don't have any dental insurance, you don't need it. It's me and the pliers. I'll do it for free because I'm bored. I have no cell phone, no internet, no cable. You are my entertainment. Now open up and lay back. 1, 2, crack. We'll do it on the count of 10. 1, 2, crack. Do you really want Sophia in yellow in your mouth? Because she'll be dripping blood in it, and next thing you know, you're seeing stuff. Or she'll touch you, and next thing you know, you can't even control your body. Oh, in the barber chair. She'll be sure to give you. She'll probably scalp your hair. Lots of practice. When she's not munching on liver or ripping out hearts and eating that, I'm pretty sure she's taking hair for a souvenir. So you'll go in and you'll be like, a little bit off the top. She's taking the whole thing as a souvenir. There you go. I'm pretty sure Victor is going to find Sophia's trophies in the little tooth bag. It may have worked in the 1800s. It's also going to work now. Yep, a little bit off the top. Boop. You've been scalped. This is my trophy. And you're my favorite. Yep. You can't control your body or do the Beetlejuice dance. Yeah. You definitely don't want Sophia in yellow getting anywhere near you. But then again, I posted a bikini pic of Julia Doyle, and a lot of you all, I'm not saying people in the chat, but a lot of people were like, give me the woman in yellow. And I'm like, you know what? You'll get your wish. And then in the middle of the hokey pokey, she turns into Doug. Then what are you going to do? Right. No dentist, then you end up like Tom Hanks on Castaway. Yeah, performing self-dentistry. Yeah. Yeah. No insurance needed. Yeah. I mean, if you can't afford insurance, you don't need it here in Fromville. You don't need it. That's it. Matter of fact, if you lay on this slab of rock right here, I'll go grab the pliers and I can take a tooth out right now. On the count of 100. 1, 2, crack. That's it. Did I leave some? Okay, we'll go for a round 2. That's it. Yeah. He will be eating your liver. That actually will be the cost of getting your tooth pulled, is he gets your liver. So it's kind of, you'll be losing 2 aspects of yourself, and take it or leave it. Oh, you know what was funny? In the movie Backrooms, I know some of y'all haven't seen it. You know, I'll wait because there's a scene where the so I think it's called it's basically two protagonists. Let me see how you pronounce it because there's a scene, there's a joke that I want to make, but you had to have seen the Backrooms to understand it. You have to have seen the movie. If you know what, one day when everybody sees the movie, I'll make the joke because it's a trip. It is a trip. Okay, so here is how you pronounce it. I'm gonna let Google do it for me.
Deuteragonist.
All right, yeah. So basically, it just means more than one protagonist. So in the movie, The Backrooms, they have a
Deuteragonist.
where it's basically more than one protagonist. And there's a reason, yeah. So that I'm not gonna put your comment on the screen, but yeah, yeah. Where dude says you can eat them too, yeah. I saw that and I thought about the Man in Yellow and Victor, but really the Man in Yellow. So here in Vegas, somebody just hit a $2 million jackpot at Aria Casino. I'm here to tell you, I don't believe that. They just want people to go gamble. Anyway, yeah, some ketchup, yeah. Yep, Hannibal Lecter. There it is. Hannibal Lecter, who, in my opinion, kind of favors the Man in Yellow. I mean, maybe they have been. I mean, Boyd was the one to do the breathing, which is CPR. Maybe they have. And Boyd did not give up on Donna. So say what you want. Christy and Marielle gave up and were like, it's over. Boyd is like, no. Not only did he say no, she opened her eyes, they got a pulse, they stabilized her, and then Boyd was like, you not leaving me. And that made Donna wake up. That was actually a powerful scene. Even though I know some people probably don't like that Donna's stroke and that rest of that kind of took up a lot of time in the episode. But to me, I thought it was really good because it just shows the connection that Donna and Boyd have built together, especially when Boyd said, and then this wasn't even in the episode where they showed the flashback season 1, but Boyd said that Donna asked, do you snore? Because if you do, they'll be able to hear you and they'll kill us. I'm like, wow. I wish they would have had that in the actual episode. But yeah, to me, that showed the relationship that's been developed between Boyd and Donna, where in a way, they're like husband and wife. So I know you all were trying to ship Boyd with Acosta, but really it should be shipping Boyd to Donna. Why can't we ever get that? How come you all don't suggest that Boyd gets shipped to Donna? Yeah, you all never ship Boyd and Donna. It's always like Boyd and someone else, Donna and someone else. Boyd and Donna. Why not that? Oh, yikes. Yeah, I might skip Dr. Giggles if he's messing with people's teeth like that. Yeah, I'm with you, Rick. No thanks. The same way Amanda avoids clowns, I'm gonna avoid Dr. Giggles. I can only imagine this. I'm not trying to see anyone get a root canal with no pain meds or get a extraction and nothing sterilized. Imagine you going in for a cleaning, they put a mask over you, you fighting, they put you to sleep, you wake up, you missing teeth, and you came in for a cleaning. Or imagine you go in for x-rays and you get out of there and like half your tongue is gone. I came in for x-rays and you X'd my tongue. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. They drive each other up the wall, but maybe that makes it more spicy. As far as Boyd and Donna, I mean, yeah, but they need each other. So I think that's what kind of makes a good marriage is when both people need each other and respect each other. Because you don't have to like or love someone, but you do have to respect them and appreciate their worth. And I think it's what Boyd and Donna do. They appreciate each other's work. Because when people were losing faith in Boyd, Donna wasn't ready to like cast Boyd aside and take over the town. And even when Boyd had his breakdown, season 1, Donna, I don't know if Donna wasn't in the room, but I'm pretty sure Donna knows that Boyd had his breakdown. And remember, Donna had her breakdown before Randall's face was cut up like Mr. Giggles and put on the ambulance. So Boyd and Donna have both broken down, but they still respect each other and know each other's worth. So I'm not trying to preach to y'all, but in today's world, I can say that from personal experience and from what I've observed in real life and online, people don't really respect each other and understand each other's worth. And then it turns into cheating, lying, abuse, being enemies. And it's because they stopped respecting each other or never respected each other to begin with. Like people kind of go into something with ulterior motives or beliefs that they don't communicate until they don't get their way. Then it's like, oh, well, I was, a man's supposed to pay all the bills and solve all my problems. Oh, a woman's supposed to cook and clean. Most people don't really get in the weeds to discuss what they believe or what they want till people are 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They're fighting, and the way they're fighting is nasty, as if the relationship was over a while ago, or someone's been caught cheating. Then people start communicating stuff. Then people want to start sharing and expressing feelings. And, one person's getting ready to go to bed, and the other person wants to all of a sudden talk. Or one person wants to have relations, and that other person, now they want to talk. Or I'm going to go out with the guys now. And it's like, oh, you're going out with the guys? And, I didn't know you were doing that type of thing. And you got people insecure and jealous. I think what it is people don't respect each other and don't know each other's value. And then if you want to take it further, a lot of people have unresolved childhood issues, past relationship trauma, and they really need therapy long term, maybe even a psychologist to help them unpack the baggage that they have. So in the show From, I'm sure Boyd may have issues with his military service, maybe even his past, because he is a man in America, but we don't see that on the show. So maybe he got a lot of that resolved or out of him, but I'm sure he still struggles with Abby, and he keeps it inside of him. Remember in the beginning of the series, Boyd wasn't really trying to share information with Donna. Remember when Boyd came back from the dungeon and he didn't want to talk about Martin? He didn't want to talk about the worms. He didn't want to talk about what was going on in the forest. So he didn't want to communicate with Donna. So Donna is communicating with Boyd. Boyd didn't want to communicate with Donna. In my opinion, Donna has been more of the understanding and communicator and open to talking with Boyd. Boyd has been the one who hasn't opened up to Donna. Let me know. The heart attack scene showed the people of Calling House that Boyd will fight for them. Well, he'll fight for Donna. And I think Boyd would fight for anybody, though. I think Boyd will fight for anybody. He was even willing to fight Elgin to protect Fatima. The new people never saw all the things Boyd did for the people of Fromville. Yeah, they haven't. The people who came on the bus. That's who I think Amanda's talking to. If so, I agree with her. People have no idea the impact Boyd has had finding the talisman stones, organizing the town. It's as soon as he got there, he put his own family aside for the needs of the many. They outweighed the needs of the few and the one. That's Star Trek right there. That's Star Trek. I didn't make that up. That's Star Trek. And so Boyd put the needs of the town above his own personal life and including his family so that the town could prosper. Talisman stones, livestock, organizing the town. Remember when Boyd first got there, he had Donna organizing and sorting stuff. He put Abby on finding a different place for everyone to sleep. He had Ellis doing stuff. Boyd was putting people to work. Y'all have no idea. Wow. Rick, just like Ellis tried. The monster pushed Ellis into the wall. Ellis was like, hey, you got it, bro. You got it, bro. Left the cabin, left Roger to his devices. I understand. So in a way, I'm like, dang, Rick is like that, but I understand because if that doll pushed Ellis into the wall, and don't quote me on this, but I think when Ellis went into the wall, his feet never touched the ground. Like he went from the back of the doll hit him, one arm barely touched him. I think Ellis flew into the wall. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this. But yeah, Ellis went into the wall, feet never touched the ground. He realized he's out of his depth. That doll, what's the dude on Invincible? Thrag. That doll probably was like Thrag. And Ellis was invincible, right? Ellis said, close the door. Exactly. Whatever that doll is going to do, let the doll do it. Yeah, that doll was Thrag. What are you going to do against Thrag? Exactly. Thrag is eating punches as if you're punching a brick wall. Yeah, Ellis was like, I want no parts of that. Right, poor Ellis. Ellis was going against Shredder off the Turtles. The doll was like Super Shredder. And Ellis was basically like Michelangelo. Or Ellis was like Invincible, the doll was Thrag. Or to put it in the better context, the doll was, let's see, who else? But the dolls didn't come to life. Yeah, and Cooey, Megan's room, yeah. Yeah, that doll was basically, in Power Rangers, when Rita would make one of the monsters go really, really big, Ellis was a Power Ranger, like the Blue Ranger, And then the doll was like one of those really giant monsters. That's how Ellis went against that wall. Yeah. Close the door because it's so much stronger than the wall. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. Whose House of Mystics talking about? Hold up. Let me be nosy. Not Acosta. Acosta can barely hold herself together. When she's done with the Colony House basement, guess where Acosta's gonna do? She probably heard a rumor that Victor went to the top of Colony House and just went up there and stood up there. Guess what Acosta's gonna do? While y'all are messing with the red door in the basement, she's gonna be on top of Colony House. So by the time you all defeat the evil side, defeat the entity, and you're like, we can go home now, they'll be walking, and then Acosta will be like already like, dang, how did Acosta get it down here so fast? We just came from the basement, going through all of the catacombs and stuff, and Acosta will already be outside. You're like, dang, how did Acosta know we were going to come outside to celebrate and give each other high fives? Because Acosta was on the roof. And she, like Supergirl, she just jumped off. There it is. So everybody's going to be like, oh, everybody's going to be patting themselves on the back, high fives. We defeated the entity, the evil side. Sophia and Yellow's gone. Let's go outside and celebrate. Yeah, Acosta's going to already be out there, face down. Like, dang, Acosta got out here fast. Did she even go down to the catacombs with us? We were fighting and doing this and doing that. How did Acosta know to meet outside? Because she was on the roof. So you guys are trying to ship Acosta to Boyd. If anything, I think Boyd, I don't think it's a good match anymore. I think Acosta is going to toughen up and yell some sense into Boyd. What? Yell sense into Boyd? No, Acosta's going to be yelling while she jumps off the roof. I'm telling you. Yell some sense into Boyd. I think that whole Boyd versus Acosta, that thing was like season 3. Maybe the beginning of season 4 when Acosta had the ambulance and, he jacked her up against it. Matter of fact, I saw I don't know if I still have it. There was a AI video we all were laughing about that had that. I don't know if I still have it. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, you all are putting a lot of faith into Acosta. I appreciate it, but I think Acosta is. I don't think she's I think Acosta is what Abby was when she was younger, maybe, but she's also a mixture of an Abby while Abby is older. So I think if anything, Acosta needs to be shipped to a psych ward, not to Boyd. Because she really is 5150. Right, 5150. That's what Acosta is. Like for real, for real. Even though I'm joking, like that's what she really would be considered as 5150. Okay, so yeah, so so apparently season 4, episode 6 had leaked, and I'm sure everybody's already seen it. I'm gonna show you what the leak was.
Je pensais être mieux, tout seul avec mes filles, tranquille dans mes pensées, sans masculine.
So I'm muting it because I think it's copyright music. Yeah, boom. There it is. Wow. Yep, get her out of there. Ooh, Sophia, are you gonna let that happen? You gonna take that? Boop. Yeah, you don't need no golem for you. Frogville has a newcomer. There it is. Oh, boom. Julie, you're safe. Get her out of there. Oh, in the lake of tears. Threw him into the lake of tears. Boop. Boop. There it is. Julie's still scared. Oh, glasses off. Yeah, you don't need those. There it is. Take them glasses. She don't need those. Oh, man. Yeah. Talking in riddles. The teen in white looked pretty grown to me, y'all. He looks pretty old. Yeah, I tried to make it larger. Can't do it. Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, Jim can't fight. Well, yeah, this is why AI can be fun. All right, I'm gonna do it one more time. I talked. We had the music the first time, and I'm playing it one more time. All right, here he come with the mushroom. There it is. You don't need it. You don't need it, Jade. You don't need it. Do not open the red door. You get her out of there. Get her out of there. Yeah, you caused enough damage. Oh, now you're under arrest. There it is. Okay. Oh, he saved her. I can save her. I can save her. Boom. Oh, Sophia and Yellow, you earned that. Forget your golem. Yeah, that's why. Because, yeah, we got you right here, Father. We got you right here. You good. Man in yellow. Boom. Easy move. Let's get Julie out of here with the bad wig. Forget your lake of tears. Boom. There it is. Your lake of tears. Lake of tears, my butt. Exactly. Boom. Boom. There it is. He saved the day. Saved the day. With your fake glasses and overacting, we see you ugly cry, Sophia. There it is. Yeah. Talking in riddles. Saying time is running out. Running out for what? Yeah. So there it is. There it is, y'all. There it is. There it is. Yep, AI is fun. Yeah, Donna loves what she helped create. The family that Colony House became, just minus the bad guy. Yeah, that's Sophia. Sophia's there looking on. They'll probably give Sophia a task, and Sophia will mess up the task on purpose. I just have a feeling that Sophia is gonna be like the person to maybe keep the door open, and then she'll like quote unquote accidentally close the door for people to get tore up by monsters. It's gonna be some type of nonsense. Some type of nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, really, you know what? Okay. See you next time. See you next time. Who did this? I want to know the same thing. Who made this? Who made the Wiggate? Who made this and why? Go to pick it up, accidentally kick it across the floor under the desk. Yeah. No, this is not this is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, part like 4. That's how her hair is looking. That's how big this show has got. Once you start memeing a show, the show is officially an international hit when it gets memed. Lost had its memes. Donald Trump had his memes. Like once someone gets memed, it's official. You made it. Sharon Mermaids. There you go. Wiggate. Yeah. Has to grow into it. Yeah. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Honey, I Shrunk the Julie. Like every time Julie Story walks, she gets smaller and smaller. Yeah. This is the madness that happens when you story walk irresponsibly. Yeah. Julie does look like she could be a spider. That hair today, gone tomorrow. Cousin It on her head. Wow. This is just as hilarious as Fatima as Martin. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Julie is the newest. Julie is the newest meme. She is the newest meme. Yeah, behold. Julie is mm, I haven't figured it out yet. I don't know who Julie's gonna be. Oh, wait a minute, can't do that. The Juggernaut helmet. Oh wow. Yeah, I'll figure out what this is. I don't know what it is yet. I'll figure it out. It's going to be another meme because this is just beyond wild. Yeah, you know you made it as a show once people start memeing you. I'm hoping that we get the actress who plays Julie's reaction to this. So I have no idea what this means, but apparently, so the question is, how many people do you see? What? Like, what is this supposed to be? I guess it's like it's only one person or something. Maybe because everybody got murdered or something. I don't know what this is. Yeah, Hannah Cherry. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I just showed it, but yeah, I'm looking forward to when she sees it. Yeah, one person. Everybody Jade. Yeah, I'm looking forward to like when she sees it, what her reaction is going to be to to the nonsense, to the absolute nonsense. The wig was in the E. Oh, another incarnation of Julie. Another timeline. This is Julie. Bullet Bill cut. You know, she kind of looks like the guy from No Country for Old Men. Sort of. They gave her way more forehead than she normally has. Yeah, she probably is laughing as well. But that's when you know you made it. When people start memeing you. Remember they were memeing Smiley, Boyd, Fatima Ellis. Yeah, you know the show is an international hit when people start making the memes. Remember, I don't know if you all have seen The Boys, but when people were memeing Homelander, he was pissed, and they were telling him, "Oh, that means people like you." No, they don't. No, they don't. Yeah, hence the joke. Only one person in that pic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Y'all, it is Wednesday. I know for some of y'all, it's like the sun is about to come up. I think I've held you all hostage since. So if you're on the East Coast, it would be 7 p.m. Eastern Tuesday, all the way to the sun's about to come up today. Yeah, and that's if you're Eastern time zone. Yeah, for me, we basically have been rocking and rolling. For the sun burns, oh man, hey, that's it. Yeah, I basically held some of y'all hostage from nighttime, and the sun is coming up right now. It should be, see, 1, 2, 3. No, the sun's not gonna come up until about 2 more hours. So yeah, 3:10 a.m. So the sun's not coming up until 2 more hours. Yeah, midnight. So yeah, where I'm at, it's like midnight 10 here as well. So I think I've held y'all hostage long enough. We cracked jokes and looked at these memes. Unfortunately, I can't really tell y'all next time I'm gonna go live as far as a pre-show and the show, but I'll email it out, and we got the Discord that sends stuff out as well. And then there's also I make a preview or whatever. But really, what determines well, really, we're the SPADs, the SPADs. What really determines when I do a live pre-show and show is if I come up with a theory that I can kind of sink my teeth in and defend if people try to debunk, and something that's like well thought out and like a complete thought. And sometimes it takes a while to do that. So I can't really just say, hey, I'm gonna do a show here or there. I can't really plan it out. But like when the season's over with, I can do that definitely with the channel membership, because that'd be me reacting to other people's content. And if they're doing spoilers and leaks, we'll be able to catch it, call it out, and not have it spoil things for us. So that's the reason why I'm kind of holding off on channel membership, just because I know people kind of put leaks and spoilers and stuff out there, and they don't really tell you what it is or what it's not. So yeah, and Amanda will put it on the live stream, etc., on the events calendar to help out. So I appreciate that. So I may do a recorded video here and there for this week, and then maybe try to do another live stream whenever. With the recorded videos, I mainly do that when I'm going to be using a lot of copyright stuff that I can work with YouTube to make it viewable. Whereas while you're live, you really can't do that. They just want to kind of take it down. I know it's too much information, just kind of give y'all a heads up as far as that. But normally I would like play music and leave the chat open. Do you all want the chat to stay open? Because we have the Discord now. It's up to you all, though, if whatever y'all want to do. So I'll go ahead and just play music anyway. And then when I see it get down to like 5 or less people, then I go ahead and shut the stream off. So it has been fun. I appreciate everyone coming out and supporting and laughing and cracking jokes. Oh, shoot. The stream has ended. Music is being played to keep the chat open. And let's see. I don't know. So there's that. All right, all right, all right. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Good night to everybody.